So I'm going to just go ahead and add that one. And then good morning, good morning, good morning. What's up, Clive, Carl, Ryan, Salam, and Daffy? Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Rock. Oh, Steven, my bad. The Rock. Hopefully you guys enjoy the earlier music and starting the stream a little bit earlier just to kind of get people in here. This is a New York camera right outside the NASDAQ building, so that's cool. Good morning, Mel. Good to see you again. Good morning, Anna J, Amy. How's everybody doing? All right, let me change the pictures. Bam. All right, cool. All working out how I thought. How is everybody doing though? All right, so first off, we're going to cover SPY. We'll cover the dollar. I'm going to give it a couple more minutes to let people join in. But how's everybody doing so far? What's everyone looking at? Did anyone see the notes that I posted the night yesterday? I post every Sunday right before lunchtime, like right before noon, because it's right before football starts. I will always post a huge list of tickers with links to their TOS chart. So even if you don't have TOS, it's still useful to look over my post because that covers the daily time frame on SPY. A couple market notes, a couple ideas, a couple thoughts. But at the same time, if you do have TOS, make sure you're utilizing the links that I post every single week. I post once every Sunday to let everyone have those links to those charts so they can kind of have the same exact levels as me, essentially. The only thing you're going to have to add and add, delete, and then re-add later on is, of course, your smaller time frame levels like your pre-market levels, your previous day levels. These are levels that you're going to have to kind of maintenance yourself each and every day. But overall, the levels give you everything. Morning peeps, going to be a big day. Not sure which way though. Yeah, facts. That's kind of the thinking too. And what I posted the other day, I'll just show you. I'll go to my channel. So here's all the links I posted. I don't know why I just talk about it and don't just show you. But these are the links I was talking about. You can have links to everything. I talk about SPY. I talk a little bit more about what's going to happen this week. Also the dollar. Posted this last night. I said the dollar is holding under old demand. Not good for bears on equities. This continues to hold under 104, 105s. And I even talk about where it can head if we do, continue holding this level as resistance. So I'll make sure to go over that this morning as well. But just to kind of go over it, this week can be a tad wild due to the big week following after this week. Seasonality is bullish over the last 7 years. But be careful with the Fed meeting coming up. We have PPI today. We have jobless claims on Thursday. We have consumer sentiment on Friday. But all eyes are on next week. Make sure you remember that. All eyes are on next week. This week essentially does not matter. So just be careful with what direction you're choosing, that you're not choosing to be biased. I also talked about my main watch today, which I'll have to go over again this morning. But I do like it above the 322, 325s, and I like it outside of 315. If you can catch it in between, if you can short it under 315 to this area, awesome. If you have to wait until this area breaks, then wait. But waiting for 315 to this area or waiting for 310, 50, 308, 25 for more downside is going to be a good option, as well as looking above 322, 325, 25. So we'll go over that as well in the stream, but that's everything. I posted everything else. So make sure you guys understand what we're looking at. But if you do have TOS, why I was going over this is so you can abuse this, take advantage of this. This is definitely an amazing thing that I post once a week, and it gives people kind of a starting point in case they don't want to either grab their own levels or they just want to see how close they can get to my levels, which again is a good thing to practice. But that's all the TA that I was looking at before today. Let's talk about today now. So the dollar, it did dip a little bit more last night after my post, but it didn't really, just keep tanking. So the thing to watch out for right now is, can 104.60s, 105.30s maintain resistance for the dollar? And if so, this is the retest that we need to see for this old demand to turn into supply, which will be even more bearish for the dollar, but more bullish for SPY. So that's one thing we need to keep on a lookout. If it does end up pushing back higher, this will be more bearish for SPY. But this is still kind of good to keep on the look. Good morning. The watch list on Premium Discord is awesome. No problem, man. Good morning, Devin. Good morning, Isaiah. John. Yeah, I was wondering why it said Rock Steve. It said backwards. You're on a different account. I mean, you have like, what, 20-something accounts? Morning, Pike. Morning, Perkins. Good morning, Mr. Bueller. Got through the first chapters of the course. Very informative. Thanks. No problem, Tim. Very glad that you have it. What's up, Mac? What's up, Jesse? Remember, gang, if Bueller has helped you on your journey, smash the like button on today's stream. Yeah, definitely, guys. Let's aim for 50 likes again. I'm going to keep 50 likes as my main goal to aim for each stream. So let's try to get 50. There's over 100 of you in here sitting right now, so please go click the thumbs up real quick. Takes 5 seconds. But good morning, For Profit. Good morning, Chance. Good morning, Brady, Matt, Cameron. Glad to have each and every one of you. Good morning, everybody. Seriously. But this is what we're watching, though, on the dollar, and this is going to help us just kind of have side confirmation, side guidance when looking at SPY and any equity chart. And then we have SPY today. 407 is where we close, basically. And it looks like we're going to be opening around 404. Again, that's just right now. That could change before open. But we have taken a little bit of a dip, right? So what are things we can look at on the bigger time frame? And we went over this last week. What do we need to see over? We need to see over 411.75. Above 411.75, that's this big bingo level right here. If this level is pushed above, then we can start to look for higher levels at 415, 417, 420. Keep those three levels in mind. 412.50 is a pretty good level as well because it's a good psych level, but 415, 417, 420, these are the three main targets past that 411.75, but you do have a minor 412.50. So these are levels that I'm looking at for in case we do continue to rally. So if the dollar does to continue breaking that area of demand and continue to push lower, that's going to make me think, oh, well, SPY's probably going to want to push 411.75. So we're going to keep eyes on that for more upside on, over the course of the week, over the course of the next, week, 2-3 weeks. It doesn't have to do this all in this week. So be careful of that. But two, what do bears want to do? Bears want to possibly take out this 401.60. So we're kind of stuck inside of a range here until we either push that 411.75 or push back under the 400s. But right now we're at the lower part of that range. So we have to be very careful. Let's go down to the smaller time frames and we'll jump into what's possible. So we have a pretty good amount of resistance here. If you go from the previous day high, which is the wick to the meat right there, we got a pretty good amount of resistance there. And you go to the previous day close and cover both of these bigger time frame levels. We actually have two areas that need to be broken above for price to increase above towards 408.50 and possibly that 411.75 that we were talking about. You can see that 412.50s area is kind of right there. So there's a lot of resistance ahead. There's a lot, as you can see. We need to get past both areas. Both areas are causing a big might be a big problem, might be a big issue for price to get past, right? But it's also not done yet. It's not easy to say, oh, well, we're going to drop through the floor. We're definitely going down to 400. Well, it's not that easy. It's not just going to do it all in one move, right? It needs to break 403.50, which if you guys remember, this was the famous level that we used on Friday. 403.50 was the level we looked to push above and hold, and they did just that twice. So this is a very, 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 very strong support at 403.50, and it's not even from this 5-minute time frame. It's from the bigger time frame. So we need to keep eyes below 403.50, and I'll type all this out so we can remember it. So we need to be looking above 407s and 407.60s. No, wait. 408, sorry, we'll just jump ahead. And 408s towards 408.50 and 411.75. Below 403.50s towards 402.25, and this is going to be very tedious, and it's because we're near the bottom of that range. Like I said, 401.20s, 400. And we'll pay attention to further outside targets than that. I just want to give you guys the initiating plan of what we're looking at. But that's definitely going to be what we look at for either bulls or bears, looking for more upside or downside action. Again, always plan for both sides. There is 0 point in covering just one side of, oh, this is super bullish, guys, get into calls right at open. Or this is super bearish, guys, make sure you keep shorting it. There's no point in just covering one side. Get really good at pointing out what do bears want, what do bulls want. Always cover both sides of the story. It's just so helpful, especially in the future when you're dealing with a more indecisive market or even in a range where it's very easy to get biased and say, oh, we're building support for more moves to the upside, or oh, we're rejecting multiple times. This is going to cause more bearish price action. And don't think about it in either way. Try to figure out both ways. What are scenarios on both sides? It doesn't really hurt you to talk about both sides, but it does hurt you to ignore one side. So make sure you understand that. But that looks like our main game plan for SPY coming out the gate. Of course, that can change. Of course, we just dip all the way down to here. Yeah, I'm going to have to adjust my game plan. But overall, we will, and we have the levels to do so. If we could start all the way down here, and it wouldn't matter. I'd still have a game plan for up and down. Let's jump into more charts. Of course, as the market opens, I will be paying attention to XLK and all the different sector charts here. A lot of them are kind of dipping down below, and I can see that we're really going to have to focus today on a lot of these charts is previous day high to previous day close. So there's a pretty good resistance on all of the charts if you go highlight those on all of these. So that's one thing we'll have to watch out for, more upside action or for rejections even. But for downside action, I am seeing a lot of these tickers are fighting their yesterday open to yesterday low. So they are kind of stuck in the previous day range, and we can use that to help guide us for direction on a lot of these different individual charts. So like if I see XLK breaking higher, that's going to make me think, oh crap, I can definitely go look at Apple, Microsoft. If I see healthcare breaking, I can go check different tickers, discretionary, comms, financial, so on and so on, and it'll help me find out, better plays with good confirmation. But let's go ahead and start adding some tickers to the watch list. I've been ranting enough. Let's get this going. As you can see, I've already cheated and I've gotten ahead of all of you. I've added the previous day lows, previous day highs, previous day open, which actually lines up pretty well with the previous day close. So we have a good short-term... Actually, I don't want to highlight any of that. I have a good short-term break above, and we have a good short-term break below, which it's already kind of doing, so I'm just going to wait and say this level here. So we'll probably say below 73.65, 73.85 range for puts, and we'll probably say above 75... What's pre-market high? We'll probably say above 75.20s for a good short-term break above into the previous day highs, and then we'll say this is a good secondary breakout to the upside. So we have a couple ideas there for the AMD chart. Below. See, it's not even worth putting, but we can just go ahead and put it. But below 74.30s towards previous day low range between 73.65 and 73, what was it, 85? Yeah, 85. Below 73.60s or more. Downside. Alright, so we got a couple plans there on AMD. And I said I'd like to check out Netflix for my last night's post, which we will. Tesla, wow, ugly fall. They did have that rumor come out that their factory was slowing down or something, and then it came out that that was fake news, so I don't know if this is just all reacting to that. If more news came out besides that, I would have to go look. But yeah, it says they're denying the 20% production thing, which I did see that. I saw the false rumor report. So we'll go over that as well. But we can almost basically Tesla's levels like this. We don't even really need to change anything. Let me see. Because, yeah, previous day highs, if you go from wick to meet, it's way up here. If you go to the previous day lows from wick to meet, which in this case you could just do the open as well. Previous day open. We've got a good resistance there, good resistance there. And then we have a pretty good support here between the pre-market low and 185. So there's actually a pretty big range here on Tesla. We don't really need to mark extra on anything. We just kind of have to watch what we have. So we'll pay attention to how that plays today, but that one's definitely going to be worth looking at today. Apple, I already marked the previous day high, previous day close, previous day open, previous day lows. And it looks like a pretty good range between pre-market or previous day high and pre-market high will be a good break above here. Short-term level here at 147, and there's a really good support here at 145.80 to 146, which you can see a lot of price action sat on Friday. So we'll pay attention to that as well. So we'll see. We'll definitely look above possibly pre-market high to probably about this area. This will be a good breakout to the upside. This will be a good short-term downside play if it breaks 147s. So we'll definitely keep eyes on Apple. That'll be an easy one to look at. Nvidia, a lot of you guys like trading Nvidia. This one's pretty clear as day as well because it's inside of its previous day. But it looks like outside of 168.80s, 169, 170s basically, we can look for more bulls. outside of, where am I at? Previous day open would be a good short-term downside play at 166.50s into the previous day lows, and then you would need to look at the previous day lows for further continuation. But that's another one right there, and it's just like AMD, which makes sense. They're in the same sector, but that'll definitely be worth watching. And yeah, Tesla will continue to react to Chinese catalyst. You are correct, RC Junkie. I agree with that 100%. Which, you know, we might sit here and be like, oh, that's so dumb, that sucks, but it's reality. You know, you have to deal with it. Tesla is involved with China to some extent. I mean, a lot of companies are. You can see Apple, they've been slowly pulling out of their production in China so they could go focus on inside of other countries that aren't really going to mess with them as much. So we'll definitely pay attention to that, see how that escalates or not. But overall, we can look over 95.20s on BABA. Can also look for it to go fill its gap back down under yesterday's highs back into the 90s area. So that'll be a decent play on either side. Netflix, finally, we're to the play I wanted to look at. But this one looks really good, like I said. I'll just basically retype what I have. Let me, tab that down. And then there we go. So we got a couple there. We talked about Apple. Talked about basically all these tickers so far. We're just going down the list. Meta, we could definitely keep eyes on this under the pre-market low. If this breaks pre-market low, most likely we'll head back towards this 2-day-ago high that was also held as support previous day at 121. So that'd be a good level. So we got that one ready. Not really interested in coin. Not really interested in Neo. Google chart's taking forever to load. Alright, so let's add the previous day high, which in some cases, guys, I like to just focus on the meat of the bone. But if you want to be really OCD about things, I would really just grab the meat of the high and the true high. Therefore, you get kind of a range, and it really does give you like the true area to look above, not just one level. But definitely add that, especially if you're OCD and you're someone who has to ask, you know, should I focus on wick or should I focus on body? If you have to ask, in my opinion, you should just add both. You should just focus on both. Because some people I know love to just I'm one of those people, but I love to just focus on the meat of the bone, the body part, not the wick. And then there's some people who like to be OCD and they like to add the wick, you know, to get the true low or the true high, and that's totally fine. That's not an incorrect way of using those levels. But overall, it helps us out with Google, especially like right here, because we can look above 177/100, basically a 7-cent range. Above that, we can look for longs. Below 99.06 to about 98.90, we can look out for shorts. So this is actually a pretty good range right here. I'll just go ahead and type the range. Sounds pretty decent. I liked Apple, even though I didn't add it. I didn't like Tesla as much, but I do like that we have levels everywhere, so I'll be sure to kind of switch back and forth on that one. But out of these tickers right here, don't give me tickers that aren't on this list, but out of these tickers here, which ones do you guys like the most so far? I haven't gone through the rest of them yet. Square, we'll probably avoid that one today. Boeing, this one broke out. Let me go to this time frame. Yeah, here we go. So this one finally broke out with the bullish engulfing out of this range here. Again, we got up into this range with this candle, right? Since then, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Almost 15 days of price action stuck inside of this range, right? So the fact that it's finally pushed out is an insane thing, right? So what does price need to do? Let's just logically speak here. What does price need to do to continue higher outside of this range? Now that it's closed outside of it, can anybody give me the short answer? I want to see who's paying attention, but what does price need to do to maintain moving higher now that it's broken out of this range? What does price need to do? Come on, somebody get it. Yes, yes, all of you are paying attention. Yes. Guys, pat yourself on the back. I'm not joking. Y'all are the best community around. There is no other stream on this platform that is destroying you guys. You guys are amazing. Yes, the retest. Basically, all right, we'll cut it down like this. Basically, as long as it holds 179.32 and 180.20s, basically we should be bullish as long as it holds those two areas, right? So let's jump down to the smaller time frame. Basically, as long as it holds this area, we should be bullish. So we should be looking for bounces off of this into what? Into the previous day close, the previous day highs, and this 184.83, 187 levels go on forever, right? So we can basically look for bounce plays in this general vicinity. So let's type that out. But great answer, everybody. I'm so happy to see you guys already awake, already answering the questions, already getting things correct. Beautiful, beautiful job. And I'm honestly just really happy to keep going over this chart with you guys, because this is something as a group, as a whole, as all of us work together, we've been watching this play develop, right? So it's very nice to see it work out for us and just kind of start going our direction finally. We were patient, though. We started counting every day. They were just kind of sitting there. But my bad. Let me go look at everyone else's answers. I was asking, what is everyone's favorite looking at this? A few of you said SPY. Looks like somebody said BA, Tesla, Apple. A couple Teslas in there. Setup-wise, you like Google the most, range is closest. Yeah, that one did have a nice look to it. You like Netflix the most? Yeah, I think that's why I liked it last night. That's how much I liked it. I liked it before the next day even started giving us info. I'm even happier to see that it's kind of flat. You know, it had a little bit of a dip, kind of like the market did, but it's relatively flat to the right, so that's a decent sign. I didn't know, Jason. I had no idea that it was going to break up. I'd be having the same conversation with you to the downside if it was breaking that range to the downside. I didn't know beforehand that it was going to do this. I had no idea. The entire time I've actually told people to stay away from this until it breaks out, just because we don't know. Because you can have days like this too. This is a beautiful fake out, but we open lower and this makes people think, oh my god, this is so bearish. They probably start jumping into shorts, and then it doesn't do that. It starts pumping and it gets back into range. So it has a really, really good fake out. But I basically said stay away from this until it breaks this range. Now that we've broken range, we need to see it hold this as support to continue higher, which is a great, beautiful sign for bulls. If not, then we're back in range and we're back to square one. We're just back to waiting. But I'd be having the same conversation with you right now if we broke out and closed. I'd be saying the same thing right now. I'd say as long as we hold under 169.30s or possibly even 171.80s, there's a good chance we continue lower. But yeah, towards the end there, it closed out of range and it had that rise in volume. You're correct on that. You like Google as well. What's my favorite? I put all my favorites here, to be honest with you. Like, I like every single one of these for the most part. But my favorite ones are going to be AMD, Netflix, Google, Boeing. I do like Tesla. I don't like that it's moved so much, because this will kind of take away from people, you know, trading it probably more heavier today, just because it's already moved heavier. But overall, I do like that it's abided by the levels, basically. It dipped all the way down to 185, which, if you guys remember, this was very crucial a couple weeks ago when we were tanking. This was a very crucial support for Tesla to break under, and then they finally broke back over and held it as support. So this is a crucial level here. But overall, it's very nice to just see them kind of abide by the levels that we have. So it's easy to look at. You know, it's like, oh, basically above this area, we look for longs into this area. If it continues to reject and it range trades here, you know, you can trade, you know, puts from here to here, calls from here to here. But overall, you should just probably sit on your hands until it breaks this initiating range between 191s and 188s to give you a better kind of move. But overall, still nice. Gonna sit on my hands till opportunity shows up. Good to hear. Good to hear. But overall, I like all these. I like Apple too. I like that it's just kind of sitting here, flat. You know, you have a lot of things starting a lot lower, or some of them finish or opening a lot higher. Apple's just kind of here to the right. You know, it's closed right here at 147.80, and they're here at 147.50s. You know, so they're really not that far from where they're, you know, where they're closing on Friday. So I do like this one above its pre-market high and above its previous day high. So it's kind of a small area to look at above. And I like it under 147. Pretty good short-term range here though for Apple, and also, since being the king of the market, it gives you good market direction. You know, is this going to continue higher? Is this going to continue lower? And this will have a huge weight on SPY moving as well this morning. So that's one thing we can look out for. That this is very helpful with. And that's another thing, guys. Don't beat yourself up if you still don't understand the weighting of everything. You really do need to be sitting here learning before trading first. So you need to be kind of going through some of the weights of the market, seeing how they react, seeing how it helps push and pull SPY up and down. And that's why I pressure you guys into looking at this sector watch list so much more with me, because I want you to get used to seeing sectors of SPY. I want you to understand it's not just you know, SPY. Oh, SPY's going up, that means everything's going up. Like, no, that just means some sectors are moving up and it's more favorable for bulls right now, weight wise. You know, that could mean tech's falling through the floor, but healthcare, comms, discretionary, financials, these are all moving higher. You know, it could mean something like that. It could mean everything else is moving higher and healthcare is moving lower. You know, there's a couple different options that we can look at, and it's just kind of nice to kind of navigate and explore to see what's doing what. Good morning, Jonas. But real quick, guys, let me post this watch list. That's why I was copying it real quick. Let me post it up for everybody who's not in here. Good morning, Sandollar. Good morning, Jonas. Good morning, E. Good morning, anybody I might have missed. I tried my best to say good morning to each and every one of you who say it, but if I missed over you, I promise you I don't hate you. But good morning, and oh my gosh, I asked for just 50 likes. You guys already got to 84. Thank you so much, seriously. We don't need any more likes than that. I appreciate you guys. We already broke the goal. Right, Chris? If only it was that. If only if it was like that. Imagine having, you know, which I'm like I said, guys. Whether there's 18 people in here or 1,800 people in here, I don't care. You know, I'm gonna be here streaming. I'm gonna be here covering different things. So very happy with today's ticker selection. I'm very happy to see a lot of you guys awake and ready to go. Very happy to see a lot. Really, I'm really just glad to see pre-market prep this active. I remember a long time ago when I used to do this, people were kind of too lazy or too tired to jump into stream this early, which in my opinion, this isn't early. This is on time. This is what time you should be awake any day, regardless of the market being open or not. So thank you guys for being here, adding engagement, interacting with the pre-market prep. It really does mean the world to me. What's up, Rowdy? How you doing, man? Here in a couple of minutes, I'll invite Devin in here and we'll get going. Thanks, Bueller, first time watcher. I appreciate it. What's up, Dean? Glad to have you in here, man. And yeah, if you guys are a first time watcher, let me go ahead and jump into some information. So let's go to my channel real quick. All right, so if you're a first time viewer or an early viewer of my channel, you need to check out price action is king. You need to check out workshop number 11, how to utilize the levels, how to navigate them. It doesn't just show you how we get the levels. It doesn't just show you how we navigate them, you know, moving to and fro. But it shows you literally everything that we like to look for: the entry types, the exits, how to use your stop losses correctly, the staircase method, you know, having multiple contracts, or even better, just having one contract, you know, what to do with that situation, but the buy the dip strategy. I mean, it literally covers everything in here. So I would definitely check out workshop number 11. This is definitely the first video you should watch on my channel, if anything. And I'll relink it here in the YouTube stream, so if you don't know how to get to this, you can just click that. So that's one video I would watch. For any of you guys who like looking at zones, you need to watch this video right here: how to chart supply and demand zones BB style. It's about a 13, almost 14 minute video, but it covers factual stuff on how to actually grab consistent zones, not this BS you see on YouTube by most traders that shows, you know, them just kind of highlighting a bunch of random areas and not really having any consistent routine of doing it. This right here has rules and everything. It'll give you consistent levels of supply and demand. I show people on stream all the time. And then I would check out the playlist of the channel. I would truly go to these different playlists, like the live streams. Go check out the old ones, the live trade series if you have access, the buy the dip strategy. This is an open public playlist. I would definitely take advantage of looking at this one. I think a lot of you would find this not easy, but at least it would articulate to you very well. I think a lot of you guys would take advantage of the information in those videos. Swing trading. We have workshop videos, which a lot of these videos are really long, but they have a lot more information in them. My motivation playlist, if you're just down, feeling out, I would definitely just listen to it. Technical analysis routine series is how we chart, get our levels, day trading, and then so on and so on. We have a bunch of different things. But yeah, you guys got this video though. This is the 7th most viewed video. It's actually passing this one right now, but 7th most viewed video on my entire channel. So thank you guys for supporting that video so much. But that's where I would start, regardless of you guys being new or not. If you're in the Discord, longer story, we can cover this at a later date. There's a lot more to look at in this Discord server, but overall it just takes time. Again, I would read fact channel, I'd read upgrade, I would read, you know, the different channels, the different pin messages in the channels. I try my best to pin information that I think is very valuable, not just from me but from members as well, so definitely take your time to go through that. But yeah, a little breakdown for anybody who doesn't want to or who wants to kind of break down into more information. Thank you, Rowdy. I appreciate that. And yeah, I wasn't really like targeting anybody or any specific trader. It's just you go and you type in zones. You go to type in supply and demand. You're going to find a lot of videos where people, and here I'll show you an example on this chart. You're going to find a video where people are like, oh yeah, make sure you're drawing this because there's like 60 resistances here and there's a bunch of support. It just looks really good, but there's no consistent rule behind that zone. There's no consistent rule. Like if I had to clear this chart and redraw that zone, I wouldn't get the exact same thing. And that's my issue with most traders' videos, is that they're not giving you consistent rules to follow to get the pieces of information that you need to trade with them, right? To give it trust. Because if you're constantly moving it, how steady is that information? You know, it's probably not that steady. You know, so but that's what my videos give you. They give you factual, you know, kind of a list of stuff to go through. You can't just do this or do that and then do it differently the next time. It's going to be the same thing every single time, if that makes sense. So that's what I meant by that. I wasn't really like targeting anybody. But I'm going to scroll up real quick. You guys should have access to the list if you're in my Discord or in any Discord that has access to it. So I'll make sure my best to kind of go back to this when I can. Actually, I can just leave it like this, I think. Yep, we have PMI today, then we have jobs report, I think Wednesday or Thursday, and then we have consumer sentiment Thursday or Friday. I already forgot what dates I said. Let me go back and look. Yeah, we have PPI today, jobless claims Thursday, consumer sentiment Friday. But like I said, all eyes are on next week. But yeah, today's watch list, we have SPY, AMD, Netflix, Google, Boeing, but we're also looking at tons of other watches as well. You guys understand from if you've been here since pre-market. SPY, of course, taking a pretty nice dip since previous day close, which is almost at 407, and here we are opening right above the 404s. So we're definitely going to have to pay attention to not just the yesterday high, yesterday close area, but also the 403.50. So we have a decent range to watch this morning before open. Photography is beautiful. Amy just said above what time everything is today. So just look right above your message. You might have sent it right after she typed it, so you just didn't have a chance to look. And for you, instead of, you know, for future reference, you don't have to ever ask anybody or anything. Check out econoday.com. It's super free, super useful. It's super free. But click on that button there, and then you can actually see what's happening. 9:45 Eastern Standard Time. We have PMI coming out, factory orders, all that good stuff. And then, of course, we have the consumer credit coming out Wednesday. Like I said, jobless claims on Thursday, and consumer sentiment coming out on Friday. So a lot of the bigger things are all of those this week. But still, this week has no comparison to the amount of craziness that the next week provides. Again, that's when our Fed meeting happens. So, yeah. But let me know, though, guys, do y'all need to hear me cover SPY one more time? I think I've covered it a good amount of times already now. So let me know if y'all need anything covered again that's on my list or on this screen. We can do ticker requests later on. Yeah, like there's a real difference between super free and free. I don't know what I was trying to say there. What's up, Mies? Sacked lunch, you did, but I can go over it again. Remember, guys, the first thing I cover every morning and at the end of every stream is SPY and the dollar. I like to cover them on the bigger time frame, and then I go down to the smaller time frame on SPY just to kind of point out any other, pieces of information that need to be known. But every day I cover SPY at the beginning and end of stream just so we have that kind of update feeling. Where in the morning it's like, all right, this is where we're at. Then at the end of the day it's like, all right, this is where we are now. Just kind of give you that progression view. No problem, Sack Lunch. I'll do it here in a minute. I'm going to give it like a minute or two and then I'll cover it again. Just to let people kind of get in here, just pay attention to the information that is posted. But I think today's watch list is beautiful. I like where a lot of things are. I like the potential for Boeing to hold its support and break out higher. I like the potential of Google breaking that very, very tight range they're in. Apple, I'd like to see what direction they go in their range. Tesla, I'd really like to see, can they recover this or are they just going to range trade today? Kind of like Friday. Nvidia's a good one. Amazon's not that bad. AMD I like a lot. I like that one last night. Of course, Netflix, I like that one a lot. So there's a couple we can look at. Thanks for Day makes it really easy to see all the important dates at one time. It really is, and it's free, so it's kind of my favorite part. I don't like handing out tools where it's like, all right, guys, here's my referral tool. Here's my referral code. I don't want to do all that crap. I want to find free resources that are useful for y'all. Another one that I like here, now that we're talking about it, don't let me forget, is the briefing website. I don't even remember the name of it. Yeah, briefing.com, that's the name. This website's pretty crazy as well. Hold up, there's a menu that's going to pop up. I'm going to have to click the X. There we go. And this one sometimes posts, what sectors are weak, which ones are strong. It'll give you information on what's happening, and it's free. You don't have to type anything or sign. I'm not even signed in, as you can see. But briefing.com, really cool website, and it gives you a lot of information that I feel like a lot of people don't break down. And they give you literally everything factual. There's no bias behind any of their reporting. It's just mainly just what's happening and by how much. So it's very nice to see just vague pieces of news come out. But this is nice though. I like this website. That and Econoday are very useful. But let's go over SPY one more time, guys, just because I think a few people missed out on it. So let's just cover it. But make sure, again, guys, to go back to the beginning of the stream if you want to catch the entire pre-market prep. But basically on the bigger time frames, let's start there. Let's go to the dollar first. Basically, we're in a scenario where we have to watch the dollar a little bit too. Last night, and I'll show you again. Last night I posted SPY, my information on that, so make sure to read that as well. I gave out the chart and everything. But also the dollar, holding under old demand, not good for bears on equities if it continues to hold under. And last night, that's what we kind of looked like. It was holding under. But now we're getting a little bit more of a pullback. I talked about Netflix and all that. But then you get into this morning, and we've pulled up a little bit. So now we have to watch, can we continue to reject this? If so, that's good for the bear, for the bulls on SPY and bulls on all these tickers you guys like to look at. If it does pop back higher, though, it's going to bring more bearish pressure, which means, no, we don't have to tank or anything instantly, but it is definitely going to add some bearish pressure into the market. So that'll kind of add into some of those indications. So that's one thing we have to keep watch on is, can they continue to hold under the 104, 105s? And if so, what direction are they going to go in and by how much? So we'll have to pay attention to that. but also SPY bigger time frame. The big level that you need to keep on watch for more upside movement to 412.50, 415, 417, 420 is 411.75. This is a very clear as day level in between two very strong emerging candles on the bigger time frames. But either way, the level above 411.75 is the level to watch for more upside movement on the bigger time frames. You do still have this little bit of resistance here, but none of it is as important as just waiting for the open range breakout. And then to the downside, we have a lot of room to our major trend line from the support that we had from the what was it, October? Yeah, from the October recovery so far. From this is the day shorts covered. Since then, we've had a pretty nice uptrend. But as you can see, even if we did break 401.60s, we'd still have a lot of room down, all the way down to 390s, 388s, before even touching this major trend line. So there's a lot of levels to pay attention to, and that's why I keep referring to the smaller time frames for just quick scalps until we finally do break in a better direction. But overall, for longs, we can look over the previous day closes, the previous day highs, and the 408.50s. We got 3 different sets of levels to look at today for more open range breakout to the upside. So we can probably see a lot of rejection of these unless we see a lot of stocks working together today. And to the downside, we definitely want to keep eyes on 403.50. The downside level is a lot closer than the upside level, so don't just start shorting it open. There could be a nice bounce off 403.50, but this is definitely the level to look out for more downside movement before touching 402.25 and possibly 401 and 400. So we have a couple levels to look at for upside and downside, but overall, this at least gives us an initiating plan setup, kind of scenarios going into the week, not just today, but for the week, because this kind of sets the tone. But like I said, guys, nothing this week is as important as the information that is coming out next week. So, guys, survive. That should be your one thing this week. Survive. You shouldn't be looking to, get super rich this week. You shouldn't be looking to catch 1 million plays this week. Survive. Survive until next week's news comes out and we get way better direction, really. Because once that December news comes out, we're going to have a lot of movement up until January, possibly even February, until the next Fed meeting. So be very, very careful, but trust me, just try to survive this week. You survive this week, you can handle anything. Forex Factory is good too. I'd have to check that out, Raul. Good morning, Zuri. Good morning, D-Touch. Devontae, this music is fire. Yeah, I'm just going off some non-copyright music on YouTube. So if it gets too loud or too quiet, let me know. I'll feel free to fix it. But yeah, guys, that's basically everything I'm looking at. Let me know what you guys like the most. It looks like a lot of you guys have already engaged and told me what you're looking at. I'm just kind of reiterating. But yeah, we got a lot of things on watch, though. We got Boeing, Google, Netflix, AMD, SPY. And then, of course, all these other tickers as well. I'm not trying to ignore in any of the side watches. But I would say Apple is probably my other top watch besides Netflix and a couple of these. I would say Apple because not only is it in a good spot chart-wise, but it's a very important thing to watch just in general. Again, this is the king of the market. It weighs the most in any ETF or sector it belongs to. Apple is the king. That's why I call it that. So be sure to pay attention to where the king goes, because if we break pre-market high, there's a very good chance a couple other stocks want to increase higher. So you'll have to go back, watch Microsoft, and then we'll probably go back and check Tesla and Amazon to see how is the discretionary sector doing in relation, or in relation to the tech sector and how strong they possibly are. But let me get my headset on. I'll start jamming some music with you guys, and we can get Devin in here. Yo, yo, yo.
Yo, yo.
How you doing?
Pretty good.
And let's see in the lifetime section, guys. I'm not going to show this off too much, but I want to show it off because Leland works very hard to do all of these. But let's just check out some of these. This Oxy looks decent over 69.21 or below 67.83. He gives his chart, every reason why, every target outside of that. Coin, a hold to 47.65 or 40.16.17 for a bounce. or break above 48.90. So he's got a couple things looking at. He's looking at for a bounce of the old breakout range, or it's just looking for an open range breakout. So he's got a couple good things there. SPY is looking kind of at the same stuff we're looking at. And then Tesla broke and retested previous day low in the pre-market below 188.50s for more to retest 186.40, 185, and 183. So he's got a couple good watches on that one as well. Yeah, Amazon taking a nasty drop right before open. Got 30 seconds before open.
Hurry up and wait.
Nah, Crispy, we just do paper trading and delayed trading. It doesn't say real-time data or, you know, we're not doing any of that. We don't do any live trading in here. I'm being sarcastic, by the way. If that's what you're here for, though, you're in the wrong stream. We don't like to spoon feed. If you're looking to actually grow and actually learn how to be a self-sufficient trader, this is the right place for you.
We'll get an aggressive buying on the open.
On what?
Getting over that, yes. On Apple, over yesterday high and pre-market high. Aggressive buying on Apple.
Okay, I gotta change this song. Dear Lord.
Amazon coming down the opposite direction.
And what do we do the first 10 minutes every day, everybody? What do we like to do the first 10 minutes? Bet. And I'm not just here for live trading. I'm trying to become more confident in taking my trades. I'm trying to have as much information on this learned. I've learned a lot so far. Thank you for that. No problem, man. I wasn't like targeting you or anything. I was just letting you know what we're about in here. I like to set the tone. I don't want to have people in here thinking, oh, wait for Bueller to post a play. I want people to find plays on their own and using these streams as a tool, because that's what it is. But yes, we do potentially cover tons of ideas. As you can see, I have an entire watch list here. We covered plenty of trade plans on a lot of these tickers sitting right here in front of me. I even break down sectors, so it's not just trade ideas. Like I said, we are a lot closer to the break below than the break above, so I'm not surprised to see some buying, but we are seeing some sectors very weak, some even breaking lower right now.
Meta and Netflix still showing their strength from last week on the open.
And great answer, everybody. The first 10 minutes, we like to sit on our hands and pay attention, analyze what's possible, what scenarios are possibly breaking out in front of us. Because the first 10 minutes is sometimes, if not all of the time, the most volatile and most indecisive. Great answer, though, everybody. Drink me Irish coffee. But great answer, everybody. I can't even say all of your names because there's so many of you. But if you typed out the answer I'm saying right now, great work. Very happy for all of you. I'm glad to see people paying attention, too. Everybody's on the same page. And yeah, Amazon wicking is a good sign. Good call out, Mel, because this was one of the very weak ones right before open and at open. And the king is breaking out higher, guys. Like I said, this is going to bring bullish pressure into the market if Apple can break out. Also, the dollar, how's that doing? It's still up. So we need to pay attention to that, but it's up against resistance. And thank you guys for the overwhelming support on the streams. Again, my main goal is to try and get 50 likes a day. You guys have been completely destroying my target each and every day. We're now at 126 likes, guys. Thank you so much. I was cool with 50. So thank you guys. That's just overwhelming.
Google getting over its pre-market high. You got 177 above at yesterday high. Apple really showing that strength.
Seeing good bulls at open. Good call out, Devin. Watch AMD above 75.10, guys. This will be a really good bullish breakout for longs. So definitely keep your eyes on that. I'm going to keep eyes on SPY. Devin's going to keep calling out a couple of those stronger relative tickers. Just seeing a small bounce at open on SPY. Nothing crazy, but seeing Apple move higher, seeing Google move higher, these are really good signs for short-term upside. Netflix up against its break above levels. Very good sign for them in the early morning. And keep eyes on Boeing, guys. This is a very good watch. Basically, you should be bullish as long as it's holding over this blue area.
Google popping that yesterday high.
Apple's still pushing higher. That's a very good sign. Yeah, keep eyes on AMD, guys, if you're looking for another play. I'd like AMD above that short-term resistance right there. Baba's already basically filling the gap this morning. Still the first 10 minutes, but still nice to see what price action we're getting already.
Amazon's still not moving as much as the rest of the market. Same with Microsoft, looking for those to hold and get going. Meta's still hanging on under pre-market low, but it's right there.
And yeah, be sure to share the streams and everybody. Be sure to share the streams to anybody on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Discord, wherever you guys are. Be sure to share this around to everybody you know, your friends, traders that you're aware of.
Netflix popped that yesterday high and flying.
Good call out.
See if Meta's going to follow.
Tesla's up against the very important 190, 130s, rejecting right now, but they're up against it, so that's a good sign.
Few minutes off our first 10-minute candle in the market. Google about to hit 101, making new highs.
Let's see if Apple holds or wicks down. Not a whole lot followed with some of those moving tickers, though.
Yeah, XLM, Bert B, not moving too much. Microsoft, Amazon, just kind of chilling. Facebook rejecting off that pre-market high.
Microsoft, Amazon, Nvidia, these are all still pretty weak. Tesla. We got a couple strong ones, a couple weak ones. Let's see who outweighs who. I am very happy though to see Apple continuing higher, guys, because this is like kind of the leading indication of can we move higher or not. And you can see Apple's pumping, so it's a very good sign.
Amazon getting a little bit of buyers now. It's even come up over its yesterday price now.
Google as well above its previous day highs. Boeing bouncing, looking really good over the previous day high and previous day close. Bulls are stepping in on a few of these tickers here. Some of these are still just kind of range trading.
Which is crazy right now. 150.38. Got our first 10-minute candle on the market.
I do like the Boeing longs, Mel. Good entry. I like the Boeing longs. Basically, you should be bullish as long as it's holding this area, but this is a better area now that it's pushed above previous day highs, but I do like that a lot. It needs to get past 185s for increased movement, but yeah, I do like your longs, basically as long as they hold this area here now. Now that... Oh. Hold up. Come on. Okay, it's really going to mess with me. There we go. Basically between there. I like that a lot though, Mel. Yeah, Neo, Baba probably going to slow down now from those heavy drops they took, but I say that because Neo hit their gap fill and Baba almost did, so you'll probably see this start to range trade more now. But yeah, Apple leading the way, for real. It's beautiful movement by them. Google as well. I'd say Google and Apple probably the most impressive pushes so far for market-leading weights. As you can see, Boeing struggling.
Tesla coming back down, getting a nice little red candle, new low a day. See if it comes down towards that pre-market low.
They rejected the previous day lows very well in the first 10 minutes. Nvidia pulling down, so is AMD, both breaking today's open. Meta rejecting, has not broken today's open yet. Microsoft still just very weak. No good push in either direction, really. Whoa.
Good will pop a new high.
I'm changing this playlist. This is something else. Here we go. That was getting crazy, man. I'm just not ready for Bangarang yet, you know? It was like some Skrillex level of freaking music there. It had to be changed. I'm just not in the vibes for that. Yeah, that's just like that. It's the morning. I'm not ready for Skrillex yet. Give me a little bit.
Google held that yesterday high pretty impressive after it, and now it keeps pushing, trying to push up. Microsoft trying to come back up a little bit. So it's Meta, Amazon, Berkby's coming down, pre-market low.
That song had me shotgunning my Red Bull.
Netflix retesting its pre-market high, see if it holds.
AMD, really good rejection of a good level from the previous day close, the previous day open. And now they're back under their open and pre-market low with decent rising volume. Nothing crazy yet. But if they hold under this level here, this is not going to be a good sign. This will be good for bears, if anything. Down to the previous day lows, most likely. Baba, Neo still getting those slow reversals. Makes sense. I mean, they basically filled their gaps. Time to slow down. Is Apple going to go to 151 real quick, though? Also interested to see how far Google wants to go. They've done very well this morning. It's crazy, too, because even with those huge pops, SPY really didn't move that much.
No. You got XLV coming back down through pre-market low. XLK is right at the pre-market high. And XLE rejected right that little tight area.
Keep eyes on Tesla under 188, so that'll be a very impressive short to the downside. They seem to be wicking it back up as I say it. Good sign by bulls to try and defend that support. Top of the morning, Sunny Diesel. Glad to have you in here. And yeah, thank you guys for the I think it's over 150 retweets now. I think there's almost about 130 people in the giveaway on Twitter. So make sure to go check that out if you haven't already. The results will be out today at about 1 o'clock my time, which is Central Standard Time.
Amazon getting back over that yesterday low now.
Good stuff, Steve. Glad to hear you're out of the trade. Be sure to post your review or go over it with yourself, even if you don't post it. Yeah, Google's still holding very well. Apple's still holding very well. This is a good sign for Amazon, too, because they're retaking the previous day low, which this was kind of ugly right here. It almost looked like they wanted to go down and dip to 92.50. They were only 16 cents off. Got a little bit of a bounce, so probably see a little bit of a slowdown, but this is a very good recovery for Amazon in this morning. Very, very good bounce.
Meta's creeping back up after its retest towards pre-market high. See if they get excited there.
Yeah, potential 3-bar play forming on Apple. Good call-out username, I agree. Potential, of course. It hasn't happened yet.
SPY's coming back down to the pre-market low.
Tesla's breaking 188. I want to see it close under, though. I'm not going to lie. I think I'd prefer to see SPY break 403.50 first, and then us get a better bounce at 402.20s. I'd rather play this bounce. But, again, that's just my personal preference. Who cares what I want? The market definitely doesn't. But that would definitely be a better dip, in my opinion. I feel like people would buy that up a lot quicker. 402.20s. So, yeah, we'll definitely look for that break if it even happens. Dude, what is Redfin doing today? Hell yeah.
XOM coming down now. Bird B still hasn't got it going.
Discretionary struggling, Mies. Good job looking at. Yeah, they are struggling. That is a ugh. Tesla definitely not helping out. It looks more like Tesla than it does Amazon. Amazon's definitely getting fought against today in the discretionary sector. Apple's not really having any help by anybody either.
Not yet. Nope. Meta is trying to creep up.
Google and Apple are definitely the strongest from that push.
Got 2 more minutes on this next 10-minute candle.
Tesla's still fighting 188s. Nothing new on that one.
Meta right at that pre-market high again. 124 yesterday high right above. That's the better breakout. Microsoft coming up a little bit. Meta getting that pre-market high. Now we just got that above. Getting a little bit volume on the short-term time frame on Meta and Microsoft. Netflix held that pre-market high so far. Banks waking off their pre-market low, Berk B.
Alright guys, this is going to be the bounce by Boeing here. This is the ultimate retest. If they can hold this area, you should get a very good bounce, and then you can look for open range breakouts above 185. But this is the last dip spot Boeing could probably take here before dipping lower. Potentially a very good bounce spot here. I'd say the same for Baba and Nia, but I just don't want people jumping into Chinese tickers just yet.
Meta getting over that yesterday high. See if we can confirm with volume. Volume's not too bad so far. Apple didn't wait for the candle to push up a little bit higher. New high on Apple. Super bullish. Microsoft pushing up a little bit.
Finally, a little bit of help.
Hughes
Still
are
nothing
looking way
crazy.
better than SPY.
Yeah, it's probably just because of Apple. No bullshit. I mean, there's literally nothing doing anything else. And Microsoft's still red, even with these green candles here. It's literally just Apple, maybe a little bit of Netflix and Meta, and then Google. That's it. Those are the only strong tickers from open.
Everything else catch up.
Tesla's literally falling lower. It broke 188. It's going lower. It's going to weigh down on Amazon a little too. Yeah, we definitely have a big fight going on right now. I'd say there's a couple impressive bullish charts here, but a lot of them are more bearish than anything right now. So be very careful if you guys are playing longs on some of those mentions on like Apple or Netflix or even Boeing. A lot of those do look really good, but you have to be very careful because there's a lot more showing red. But still very impressive push by Apple, especially after that news came out that they're going to be moving production away from China, which in my opinion, down the short term, that will probably hurt them money-wise. But long-term wise, I think that's a very smart decision to make to get themselves out of a more volatile area. So I think that's actually a really good move. Services PMI for November, 46.2 versus the 46.1 expected. It's a little bit higher.
SPY still hanging out towards that pre-market low. About to break.
Alright guys, Tesla's $1 away from the target. If you want to go ahead and trim some because of the lowering volume, be my guest. This is already a very good spot to take some profits off, but if anybody took Tesla shorts under 188, definitely be sure to scale towards 185. Don't be OCD. Trust me, that'll be the end of you.
Well, trying to push a new high still. Meta is still holding up. Looking to see if everything's going to come back together or what's up. Microsoft already losing its steam. Google breaking that yesterday high. See if it holds there.
Yeah, if that breaks, that's definitely not a good sign. And if Apple breaks, that's how we know everything is done rallying up. Because this one just pushed very impressively, and we don't really have any movement by SPY. Which that's a very big indication, everybody.
Either that or SPY's going to play one big catch up here in a little bit.
Yeah. SPY's either about to drop very heavily with Apple slowing down, or we're going to see SPY and a lot of these other tickers finally catch up to how Apple's moving. It's one of those two scenarios. There's nothing else.
We got about 7 minutes on our first 30-minute candle in the market.
Isaiah said, caught Tesla off the VWAP test, played for 20% put scalp, sold before the 185.10s level. Had I bought more, I would have had a runner to that level. Hey man, it's still good to visualize that, but I'm very happy for your gains. Good job, Isaiah, and I love the mindset that you have.
Yeah, Apple just showing strength, new high by 20 cents there. Nothing crazy, but chugging. Bibles pre-market low here. We could get a short-term buy.
Oh, definitely. 100%. It hasn't broken 403.50. That's the level to watch. Hasn't even touched it yet. That's why I haven't completely said bulls are over yet, because there's still really good potential for bulls to step in here and get a really good bounce going.
Meta moving a little bit higher, but that's about it. Amazon coming back down to that opening price. We're still making new highs by a couple cents every little couple seconds. Going down towards that 403.50, losing pre-market low.
All right, if anybody took the SPY short swing with me from Friday, we just took profits for about 16% at this 403.50 level. For anybody who took the swing from over weekend, we're looking for more scalp shorts under 403.50 now.
XOM moving a little bit lower, Amazon coming down, Tesla. Google back at its pre-market high area. Waking on Meta now, back at yesterday high. See if Apple's still holding.
Literally by itself. Even the few that followed it are not up there anymore. Though it was an impressive open by Netflix, Google, Meta even. Meta's still holding decently, actually. It's not like Google where it's breaking lower now.
At that 403.50 level on SPY now. See if we can break it.
All right, definitely start trimming some of your runners for anybody who did short Tesla. Also, remember when I showed y'all the lifetime chat with Leland? I'm not going to do this every day, but Leland is taking profits at 38.5% on that 188 break. Again, we talked about this from the lifetime channel, so definitely check that out. But Leland does this almost every single day, so be sure to check out some of his plays if you do end up signing up in our group. That's the lifetime part of group, so it's our highest tier, but it has a lot of the highest quality information. But great work, anybody who took that Tesla short. I'm probably going to skip over this chart for a couple more minutes just so I can look at other ones. But I wanted to make sure everybody was out of that chart or at least took profits on a lot of that. But great work, guys. I'd say Tesla was play of the day so far. SPY potentially breaking 403.50s. Let's see if they have the strength to hold under. If they do, there's a very good chance we go down to 403 and 402.25. You also have the dollar trying to break back into that old demand, which is kind of being tested as resistance, so it's almost turning supply now, but still waiting on that. AMD potentially getting a very good bounce here. Guys, I think we're getting that bounce that me and Devin were talking about. 403.50 is definitely still holding. We have a couple tickers approaching their supports and a couple turning around. AMD going red to green. Tesla still holding above that support. Nvidia's doing pretty well too. They're just still holding. Semis are definitely strong. Amazon's still holding its today's open, so that's a good short-term sign. And Netflix basically just needs to break 322 and 325. This would be a good $3 move here, but overall, if you see both broken and held on top of, that's a very bullish sign. Meta still holding very well, which is kind of the single ticker holding up there with Apple right now. And Google Google's still holding too. Can't say that yet.
It's pushing back up right as you pull it up.
Yeah, better. It got scared. What an amazing start to this week. We get a little bit of discrepancy between some of the weights, making us have to really kind of view everything, kind of analyze, make sure what's going where.
Yep, 30 seconds on our 30-minute candle.
What a great opening to this week. And this is the kind of vibe we could expect for the rest of the week as well, considering there are some pieces of news coming out, but none of it weighs even close to the amount of weight that the news next week carries.
We are breaking that 403.50 a little bit with some little bit of increasing volume on the 10-minute on SPY. Microsoft coming down a little bit towards pre-market low. Google just opened big red.
Google,
under that
yeah,
pre-market low.
Very ugly drop on that one. And yeah, no bounce in sight for SPY.
No, XOM went touched its yesterday low. The first 30-minute candle, or the next 30-minute candle, opened up and pooped the market.
Sheesh.
Some big wicks already though on some of these tickets. Like what? Look at Google's wick. Yeah, we're just sit on your hands, everybody. Wait for that confirmation because it's a little wacky.
Sheesh.
They lost like $2 almost. Yeah, spotted. Apple waking back up.
Good stuff if you guys shorted from last Friday with me. Definitely a really good movement for us. I am not complaining.
Tesla back down right at that pre-market low with Amazon.
Well, guys, the data is coming out. That's why we're getting such crazy movement.
We had some 10 o'clock data. 10 o'clock data. The August took that stuff down.
It wasn't just random bearish price action. Clucky said 7K in 10 minutes. Thanks. Good night.
Yeah, boy.
Best message of the day.
Man, Apple's still just holding strong though. See how this candle finishes up on the, get a long time on the 10-minute, but on the 5-minute, we'll see how it finishes. Amazon breaking its pre-market low a little bit. Microsoft getting pushed back up to its pre-market low. Use came back over that yesterday low. Same with SPY. SPY coming up decent. Let's see what the retest does. Apple's 10-minute candle's almost green, just went green. XOM getting bought off the dip too.
Very nice. I don't even have to trade the rest of the day. I'll probably just focus on calling out now. That Tesla short and SPY short, that was all I needed.
There you go, boy. Yeah, just waiting to see if this stuff's going to retest and move back lower or what they're kind of doing here, because some of these stickers got some big wicks.
Yeah, they know like that data. The dollar's strong. Yes, I did, Leland. I did for a quick scalp on stream. I even pulled up your play on stream. I literally pulled it up before market open. I pulled it up during the market open. I told them to already take profits, though. I didn't want them to hold super long. So I was telling them to take profits kind of when you were first posting this. But if anybody did hold any longer or do better than my call out, then they're doing exceptionally well. Get some fire emojis on that one. I went over all of your trade plans, though, Leland. I went over every single one of them, which I'm not going to do every day because I know that you like to privately do that for everybody. Jesus Christ, Clucku. Good stuff, Daffy. My boy Nox took some gains on PayPal and Amazon as well.
10-minute volume on SPY is getting pretty crazy.
Seamer G posting another reason for us to take profits and chill on Tesla.
SPY's almost pushing this 10-minute candle back green. Meta's already pushed back up to that yesterday high. See if we can get back over. Same, Google's in about the same area.
Andrew Lozano. If you're in here, let me know what your name is in the YouTube chat. And yeah, after some aggressive pullback, everybody, like I said, who can remember what I said? Actually, I don't even want to give you all the gimme yet, but who remembers what I said about us possibly breaking forward 350? What would I like to see? What's a better preference I would like to see? Does anybody remember from what I said? I'll say it again just here in a couple minutes, but I want to see if anybody's been listening. The biggest thing I've learned from you in the 2 or 3 days I've watched you is to be even more patient with my entries. Exactly, you should be. And I think my big edge on that sack lunch is that you have to understand the market's always going to be here. You know, it's not like it's going to go anywhere. You know, so let's say you do miss the break, right? So what? You know? You could look for the retest, or you can, you know, look for the next time it happens. You know, it sucks that you have to wait. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the most apparent thing in that situation. Yeah, it sucks that you're going to have to wait for that next play. But you have to really give yourself that fighting chance. Whenever you just enter randomly, you know, it could really screw you. But when you give yourself that patience, you're not just giving yourself a better entry on the chart, you're giving yourself a better entry in your head, you know, so you're not as emotionally distraught having to like fight to hold it, or, you know, to continue to push forward with it. You know, it's not gonna hit you that hard, you know, emotionally. Which is kind of my big thing, is to trade comfortably. You know, anybody can find a good entry, anybody can find a good exit, but who can comfortably repeat this process over and over and over and over? That's the hardest part, you know. So, but thank you for saying that. I'm actually super happy to hear someone say that. But also exiting, you know, too many times do I see people exit too late, you know, and they're like, and then they still complain and go, damn, I could have done better and held to this part of the move. It's like, dude, shut up. You had one contract. Aim for the first target. Get out. Look for the next play. You know, quit looking at the chart and going, damn, this is what I could have, should have, you know, done. And that's great. I'm very happy for you to go back and visualize what's possible. But don't sit there in the manner of like, oh, man, I should have done this. I could have done so much better. I could have made so much more money. You know, I just don't see the point in that. But thank you for saying that. I'm really happy to see certain people catching on. But yes, Sherman got it. Nicole got it. Jonas got it. For Profit got it. Sandollar got it. And For Profit got it again. But yes, I said if we get the 403.50 break, I would really like this to go down and at least give us a short-term test of 402.20s where we can get a better bounce, because this is a better level. Again, 403.50 was just the pivot point we had last week, and it's a historical time frame level. But we have the previous day open sitting here. This would be a way better open spot or continuation spot. So we can look for more bears to take control under 402.20s, or we can look for them to potentially build a base or produce some bullish reversal signals here at the 402.20s. But great work, guys. I'm very happy to see some of you paying attention, and not just doing it for plays, but doing it for, you know, in the sense, paying attention, seeing what's going to happen. I'm not sitting here saying I'm always correct. There's many times when I've been wrong, but this is facts. Looking at the levels, this is just pure logic. And I'm okay with that since profit. Apple coming close to the 200 EMA in the minute chart. Will it bounce or break through? Good watch, sack lunch. Good stuff. Especially on the one that kind of broke out higher. Now it's back in the weakness area. Again, seeing the one strong ticker come back down, that is not a good sign for bulls. Meta's getting a pretty good bounce.
Yeah, I was about to say exactly that. Netflix too, back over that pre-market high.
Good watch, good watch.
Google is still holding decent. Amazon and Tesla right at their pre-market lows. Same with Microsoft.
I missed your pre-market, but I was dreaming for that kind of open. Yeah, same. I'm not gonna lie, I forgot that I swung SPY shorts until it was like 15 minutes in. And then I was like, oh yeah, I'm short right now. I should probably go check that position. And it was up 20% here. It was up like 5% here. So it's not like I even got screwed or anything yet. So I was very happy to wait to see this either happen or to see us bounce, and then I would have probably cut. So that was a good exit. Good job on anybody who took SPY shorts, by the way, under the 403.50. Very risky, of course, with the data coming out. So I'm not here to judge you if you didn't take it, just because we had the data coming out. So it was very volatile. It could have gone the other way. So good job taking that, though, if anybody took that. I'd say the main one that I have called out today has been Tesla under 188. That's been a good one. The SPY was a swing, so I don't expect anyone here to be on that. Apple was a pretty good move. I'm not going to sit here and say I called it out, though. It was just kind of something to watch, because if anything else started working with Apple, that would have been a very good bullish indication. And if everything started falling, which is kind of what happened, while Apple was moving higher, then that would show that we're just very indecisive. So it was very nice to just kind of gauge. Nvidia, though, has not even budged a single inch. I would say this is a very good one to continue watching. Same with AMD. I'd say Nvidia and AMD are probably the top two to keep on watch just because they haven't really moved. Amazon, you're either looking for a bounce off the 9250s or you're going to look for more shorts under that level. Nothing new on Netflix or Meta. Devin just covered those. Boeing's another one I have looked at, but nothing's happened still.
Everything's kind of slowing down after this little buyer retest, so we're going to see if we're going to continue building base and move back up, or is this going to be the move to take us back down lower?
Tilray and CGC are still flying. That's nice to know. I did see some more stuff was coming out saying that there's a big non-bipartisan group trying to make it federally legal, which I don't know how much success they're going to get because it hasn't worked before. But overall, I am behind that movement. I would love to see that work. And that'll make those fly a lot more. What's up, Matt Dupuy? 2 trades and up 3.35% on portfolio. Might call it. Hey man, 3% on a portfolio gain. That's huge. Definitely don't down yourself on that one. Definitely a great time to just kind of step back. John, it's due to Catalyst. This kind of adds on to what I was just saying with Amy, is that it's due to Catalyst. But great job watching a weed ETF basically on MSOS. That is a very good ETF to watch. But there's a lot of there's so many different pieces of news coming out right now about marijuana and everything around that right now, from federally stuff to medical and recreational. It's all different right now, but there's a lot of different pieces of news coming out right now. Amy says probably the safe act. Good morning, Bueller. I just finished my trading as usual, getting 12% ROI because I was scaling out. If not, I should make 50%. Again, I'm so happy that I followed the pre-market game plan. I listen to you always, let the trend/pattern come to me, and then execute. Good stuff, Min. Round of applause for Min, everybody. MINH. Very happy to see your growth, and honestly, I'm even happier because you're someone who's actually in here repetitively being engaging, interactive. So I'm just really happy to see someone who's active in here doing really well. I posted my trade review into the group. Go ahead.
Meta and Google getting wicked again, coming back down to pre-market highs. So pay attention there. Tesla and Amazon still hanging out in the same spot. And Apple slowly drifting down.
And stick around, guys. We're going to try and do this fun little quiz towards the end of stream. So if you guys are here at the end, we will be trying to do a little candlestick quiz. We're just trying it out, trying to do some tinker with a couple things to add to the stream. But we want to do this one for fun. So if you guys are still here in a little over an hour or so, I will be doing that little quiz at the end. I'm looking at your game plan now, man. I was looking at it. If you want me to pull it up on stream more, and just do this for me, it's not really for them. It's really for me to be able to see it. Try to actually draw out your levels on the chart so I can see what you're looking at and why. I see your trades. It's beautiful. I actually love that chart and everything. I like that you show your pre-market game plan and everything too, which I feel like not a lot of people do, man. So you have an edge by doing that. The whole pre-market game plan is something I feel like a lot of people overlook. It's not something small. It really is amazing to have a plan beforehand. Therefore, when things happen, you're not sitting there freaking out, or you're not sitting there not knowing what to do. You understand, okay, I'm comfortable enough to take this position, or I don't like this, I'll probably just sit cash. I'll see how it plays out. So that already kind of gives you an edge before the move even happens. But great work. I like that you kind of went over your execution, you went over bear, bull case, and you covered just the general game plan, which is very smart. Again, to sit there and cover something without having a bias is actually a lot harder than people think. Some people in here don't find a problem with it because that's all I teach in here. I try my best to teach non-biased price action, but too many times you'll see people go, oh, this is my bear case, and it's like, what's your bull case then? What if it goes up? They're like, oh, I don't have one, it's not gonna go up. It's like, all right, that'll be the day it goes up. But good job, Min. I'm very happy for you. Beautiful, beautiful trade review as well. Ooh, right here, another good trade review. Check this out, guys. Which, I don't know why I keep doing this. I can just do this now. There we go. So a very nice quick scalp. IWM was showing weakness relative to SPY in the Q, so he was watching small caps. This is king of IWM. And by the way, D-Touch, I hope you're feeling better, man. I knew you were sick last week or under the weather. Sold a bit early prior to my first target, but I wanted to sell into strength, which is good, because the more you sell into strength, the better you're selling price-wise. SPY was at its opening price, while Qs was still well above its open. I did not like how the markets were not moving together, and having just one contract, it was in my best interest to close it and myself from the stress and avoid that daily dose of hopium. Very good job. But you can see it took it from 69 to 78. Good entry. So let's see here. All right, so he's got his, what is this? This is the 2-minute chart, and this is the daily chart, so he's getting a good view of both. So he's saying that he has a halfway point in between here to worry about. He's got that level there, so that's why he's watching that. But you can see through the first 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 minutes, no trade, and then on the 12th minute, he finds a good candle, entry at break and hold of 186.30s with rising volume. You can see his rising volume as it's breaking from candle to candle. You can see it was lowering all morning, actually. And then as it hit that 6th candle, it had rising volume. So really good accumulation by sellers, and you had a good close of a candle under a good level. So very, very good entry by D-Touch. And then he said he had an early exit sold into strength, which I actually don't think that that's that bad of an entry. I think if you guys exit early, it's better than you sitting there going, well, I don't know why I'm still holding. I hope it goes farther. But I think this was a beautiful exit. But like he said, sold into strength, which is a very, very good thing to do. So very good job, D-Touch. This is a beautiful entry and exit.
Was back at his pre-market yesterday high.
So like I said, look for more continuation down under the 40220s. We can look for a base build above 40220s, which is what I was kind of intending for. So very happy to see us sell off from that news and just kind of still holding in this area. And no, guys, y'all are going crazy. I muted myself for a few moments. I don't want y'all to hear my squeaky door or the dog barking, so I let her out without y'all having to go deaf.
So far, everything is trying to hold. Apple's holding that pre-market high yesterday high. Google, Meta just kind of hanging out. Netflix.
Well, it's been almost an hour since the market opened, everybody. How's everyone doing so far? Have you guys taken any plays? Have you guys just been sitting cash, just been reviewing? If you have taken any plays, what was the outcome of it? Why did you enter? Why did you exit? Did you take it from a game plan I have covered? Did you take it from your own game plan covering the levels that we like to use? Let me know. What's the vibe? How's everyone doing so far after the first hour of the market? It has almost been 2 hours of stream, but that's because we start a lot earlier than the market open. I like to be here 45 minutes before open.
So our second 30-minute candle here is starting to overtake with buyer volume from the first 30-minute candle. So we'll see how we hold here. We got a couple minutes left on that. Microsoft trying to retake its pre-market low. So SPY's coming up now. If it gets through that pre-market low and opening price, it could be looking good towards 405.37. That's what they're going to do. But if it rejects, we're looking to go retest that previous low a day. 2 minutes left on this 30-minute candle.
This is a good meme. It says, still can't believe he's gone. This Christmas will be our 794th year without Genghis Khan. Dear Lord. Alright, let me see how y'all are doing. I was just giving y'all a little bit of time to answer me. Let me know how y'all are doing, how y'all are feeling, how the day is so far. Chloe took 25% on Boeing on that bounce. Great work, Chloe. Round of applause for Chloe. SPY, you took the bounce for 40%. Overall, act up 27%. Good stuff. Sunny Diesel and Chloe, round of applause to both of you. Very happy to hear that. Sandollar saying, my overnight puts on Tesla paid well and closed right at open. One little scalp on Fubo calls did good. Sitting on my hands for a Tesla and or AMD call scalp. All right, good to hear. You've taken profits, and now you're looking forward for more opportunity. Don't push it, but really good job so far. Sandollar, round of applause to you as well. Yeah, there is a lot of Genghis DNA in the world. That's actually kind of why that made me giggle a little. With those random Genghis Khan facts. Swung a Q put 290. I bought near close of Friday. Good stuff then, E. You should be up at least a little bit. from open at least. Sitting cash, I've been away for a few weeks. I'm just watching and reviewing. Awesome job, Keith. Glad to have you back in here, man. Moon took a spy put as it crossed 4350 out at previous day low. Wow. Let me go to spy. I don't know why we're looking at Boeing still. Good job, though, Moon. I'm very happy to hear that because, I mean, that was initially kind of the plan going from Friday's swing, but also if anybody didn't take the swing, you know, it was clear as day. You know, we basically can't short until it's under 403.50. So really good job on that, Moon. Shout out to Moon. M-U-U-N. That's my boy. Boeing needs volume to convert. Yeah, 185 is the ideal level. I agree with you, Jeremy. Over 185, Boeing can really get to go. And like he said, Jet's clearing its new high of day. That's giving it more... we'll give it more confirmation to try and move higher. Good call out. Chance said, calls as Apple held 150 for 33% cut when staggered after break. Then the dump happened. I should have switched to puts with all the other confirmation signs pointing to them, but missed it. Hey, totally fine, Chance. We all live and learn. Plus, you were playing one of the only ones moving up higher, so at least good job catching that one. Oh, spike. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Took a scalp on Boeing using the previous day close and control point of the opening rally. 3% there. Didn't want to stay in the mixed signals. And the okay, good job, Sherman. Again, picking up the vibe of how everything is just kind of... We had a couple things move higher, but most of things were moving lower. Again, kind of taking away from the things that were moving higher.
Rejected 403.50. Coming back down.
Thank you for today's stream, Bueller. I enjoy them every day. Have a nice day. You too, Alif. Hope you have a great rest of your day. Thank you for tuning in. Definitely opportunities today. Mentally not so confident on this price action. I actually love this price action. Even though we had news come out, I mean, it's still clear as day how things are trading. You know, we didn't have strength to push over the many resistances above our heads, right? We had data come out. We're pushing lower. You know, so a lot of the things make sense. And yeah, you might be able to say mentally things aren't as, you know, comfortable. But I'd say price action wise, these things were clear as day. So really good add-on, Daffy. I like how you said that. Re-entered gold shorts. Just took one for a little over 100% profit to margin. Good stuff, Rowdy. But yeah, round of applause to all of you guys who took profits, who had really good trades, who took a trade in general and are now reviewing, you know, any mistakes they might have had or any things they didn't catch. You know, I like how Chance pointed out the fact he could have done something a little bit differently. Even though he did well on his initial play, it's still nice to kind of look around and see what could you do to better yourself with reasoning. Again, not sitting there going, oh, I wish I did this, I wish I did that so I could have made more money, but more in the terms of saying, this is what I can look for next time so I can visualize it and not be totally screwed or so I can give myself a better fighting chance. Again, it's not about the money, guys. Focus on the reasoning. Good job, everyone. Hope we all make some money today. Preach, Isaiah, preach. So far, it looks like a majority of you guys are doing very well today. And I'm not sitting here doing it like this, but if you followed me in any of the plays I've talked about or Devin in a lot of the mentions you should have at least a small gain today or just kind of sitting cash. You know, really shouldn't be anything horrible, though. Remember, there's only 4 outcomes to every trade, and you should ignore the 5th one that shouldn't exist. But you have, of course, breaking neutral, breaking even. You have small red, small green, and then you have big green. You know, after you get down the staircase method more, you will catch a lot more big green. But in no way, shape, or form should you ever be sitting here collecting big red trades. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you say about the market. You should never experience big red trades, especially now that you guys are learning at a more mature pace with us in these streams. Yep, took profit on that recent big drop, about 50% that I put to auto sell based off data dumps. Price on it. Well, good stuff, E. Very happy to hear that. Method and reasoning for sure. Any monkey can click buttons and call it a day. Preach, detouch, preach. Very happy to be here amongst all of you, though. Very happy to be here. I really like this crowd of people we have.
Spot put a higher low in here real quick at 402.25. See if we're going to hold that and come back up for that 403.50 in pre-market low. Nothing confirmed yet. Be careful on both sides. Google coming back up to that pre-market high area.
Boeing going for the 185 breakout. Good job, Chloe. Chloe, myself, and Jeremy have posted this a few times now.
Netflix back at that pre-market high again.
Apple's in a potentially. Oh, my mic's muted. I was gonna say Apple's in a very strong potential bounce spot as long as they hold their pre-market high / previous day high. You also have the previous day close right there in range and today's open. So we got 4 levels all in the same spot basically for Apple to get a better bounce spot. So if we do get any reversals on any of these tickers here, it's a very good sign. But Apple will be a leading indicator again, just like this morning. Excuse me. Over here.
Tesla,
Again.
Microsoft retaking pre-market lows, Google coming back
And
up pre-market
I was
high.
literally just about to go over that too, because Apple bouncing is giving really good leeway for some of these other tickers that fell so hard. Tesla building not just a good low, but they have a good base here. They have a good low and a higher low. So very, very good sign. And then like you said on Google, also bouncing from a good known area.
Now we just gotta wait and see.
Amazon's at a good spot too. These levels are not coming out of Narnia or, you know, nowhere, not coming from your imagination. Price history is everywhere.
XOM and Berk B really haven't moved too much. XOM coming back down. Berk B is just chilling right at pre-market low.
Go to 188 real quick, Boeing.
We got 3 minutes on this next 10-minute candle here.
So cool seeing BA rocket after you've been covering it on stream for 2 weeks. Yeah, man, it literally has been 2 weeks. He's not even exaggerating. I am very happy to see it move as well. This one definitely shows patience. Going to take off early tonight after the puts. Catch you all tomorrow. See you later, Jonas. Thanks for being in here, and thank you for tuning in. Good stuff on the gains, though. Account 3K was up 50%. Give most of it back, but now holding BA is a plan. BA is on my perma shit list, but still can respect that beautiful price. Yeah, it definitely can be a little annoying to trade, but it has those moments where it just has really good breakouts and just bigger signs on the bigger time frames. You really can't trade Boeing on just the 5 minute though. You really do have to watch the bigger time frame with it. It's not one of those ones that abides by normal trade rules. Boeing definitely likes to do its own thing. I almost consider it the first Tesla, because Tesla kind of does, maybe not as much anymore, but Tesla used to be one of those ones that always did the opposite of everything. And Boeing loves to do that. Boeing loves to just be the oddball out.
Got Google right back at that yesterday high. XOM's coming down though. It's at its pre-market low yesterday low.
Apple supplier Foxconn said today its revenue for November came in at $14.7 billion, which is down 29% from October. That's not
a lot
good.
of money in a month.
Yeah, that's a third. That's just wild. Still getting that good bounce on Apple, good sign for bulls across the market. But again, will it be like earlier where nothing follows? So far, you do have SPY going with it as well. AMD's at the previous day lows. This is its buy spot. Basically, you should be bullish as long as 73.65 doesn't break. Once that breaks, you should be short. Tesla in a bullish spot as well, exiting out of the lows of pre-market as well as their low of day. So getting some pretty good bullish recovery here short term, but nothing concrete that says that we will continue higher. Again, these are just initial indications pointing out to us that bulls are here short term. Nothing crazy yet past that. Netflix, pretty good retracement above their open. Same for Meta.
B finally getting a green candle. I like that.
Google back above the previous day high. Microsoft back above today's open.
We're at that 403.50 on SPY now. Pre-market low right above. See if we can get through these two levels and opening price real quick. Faster we get through, the more bullish we are.
Boeing slowed down on some volume, but still looking good with room above to 187.60s. Might see a retest of 184.80s first, but still really good movement above them. And like Devin said, Berkby is finally getting some green candles. Sit on your hands until you see your edge, a high probability trade. When you see your edge, slam it with no hesitation or second guessing. Trade the market, not your P&L or for excitement. Always learn, journal every trade like a professional, and treat this like a job if you want to make it. Very good add-ons, Jeremy. I love your notes, man. Let me get saucy. Thanks for the explanation on the plays and targets. It has definitely helped me with identifying levels on my own and how to be disciplined and take profits at certain levels. Well, good stuff, E. I'm very happy to hear that. And that's exactly what these are for. Again, not handing out plays to people, but to help them learn and be self-sufficient. So I'm very happy to hear that, E. Very good job. Happy for all of you hitting plays. If not, that's okay. We can learn from it, and there will always be more plays. Exactly. See, that's the exact mindset I want everyone to be on. I'm going to pin that, E, if that's okay with you. I love that message today, though. What's up, Jeremy Wright? How you doing, man? Devin, send the rockets on Netflix.
Right, it is coming up pretty decent. I just want to see a more increase in volume on some of this stuff that's coming up. It's not very much volume.
And E right there, that's what made my day. I don't care if I make more money today. I don't care if I get 50 DMs from new people. Your message right there, that made my day. Because that's my entire intention. That's my entire goal for these streams. For all of this information that we give out. And I think that's what some people misconstrue. You know, they see it at first and they're like, oh, this is too much info. This isn't what I'm looking for. You know, and then they continue on and they go catch swing signals, trade signals, and then they lose a lot more money. And then they're just, you know, back to square one, if not worse off than square one. Because now they're back to not knowing anything and they have less money. So if anything, it's worse than square one.
Google's back at 101. It's got 101.38 as previous intraday high. Tesla and Amazon slowly creeping up, but nothing impressive.
Yes, Boeing.
Meta's right back at pre-market high. Let's see if we can get over that yesterday high in 124.67 again. We're watching for these rejections.
All right, if anybody is in Boeing longs, this is a good short-term take profit spot before our main level at 187.60s. So if you are in Boeing longs, this is a good short-term spot to take most profits, scale out, and then wait for runners to reach 187.60s. I would leave your stop at 185, but if you want to raise it, you can. It's up to you. But if anybody took the Boeing play, great work. I really liked that movement. Finally got that increased movement over the 184.80s, and honestly it was very nice to just see us retest today's open. I did say this was the better area to watch for a hold, and that is where they launched from, but overall where they held was today's open. Again, if you mark this level here at today's open, we opened here, closed here, and this is where they ended up holding on that wick. So very good reversal there, and they exited from a good spot. So good job anybody who took that play with us. Earlier we also took Tesla below 188. Nothing new since then. And then over the weekend, we shorted SPY, which our main goal was to reach 403.50s. We got that extra movement that got us out of that play, so that was awesome. So we're 3 out of 3 on plays from me today / Friday. Devin called out a couple as well. Nothing crazy today yet, though. Again, just kind of taking passive approaches on a lot of these charts, not trying to get ahead of ourselves, knowing that this week is not as important as next week. Again, so nothing has to happen this week. We could get good moves to the upside, good moves to the downside, and still be within range. And that's kind of what we've gotten today.
Need volume.
Need more ammo.
Everything is just decreasing volume right now. Alright, so far, Meta still hasn't got back above level. Google holding on top. Apple still holding yesterday high, pre-market high. And XOM's breaking down, so I don't really like XOM because it's breaking down. So that's what's really holding up SPY. But Berg B still getting a little bit of a green candle. SPY just still hanging out here with low volume. Got about 1:30 on our next 10-minute candle. Amazon wicking back low, pre-market low. And XOM still losing this yesterday low, 109.11. But if XOM breaks this level, it definitely has potential for a little bit more downside. This has been a very big support on XOM. You got Meta coming back up through the pre-market high now. Just got that yesterday high there. Nice sack lunch. Yep, can't ever get it wrong going to the paper trades and getting your reps in. So right now, SPY is just flirting with this 403.50 area below pre-market low. With about 5 seconds on this 10-minute candle. Google's 10-minute candle opening back over that yesterday high. See how that confirms. Meta's right back below that yesterday high. Creeping up, nothing crazy. Amazon back below pre-market low.
Good stuff, Sack Launch. Even though you are 3 out of 3 today, no need to get ahead of yourself. So great job switching over to mental trading or paper trading even. And to continue kind of just trading, getting that energy out of your system, but at the same time, not putting yourself at risk. It's a very good job. Always happy to hear when people do that.
XOM still moving lower under that pre-market low. Apple coming back down to pre-market high again. If Apple loses its level and stuff keeps moving down, could be looking at that rejection here at 4,350 back towards 402 and intraday low.
So we got that first good push. Can we get a pullback and a hold of a higher low or a double bottom and see if a secondary better push can happen? And if so, that'll be a pump back towards today's open, which is at 403.95. But thank you guys. I only asked for 50 likes. You guys tripled my goal. Let's see all the messages I'm behind on. Hi friends, back this week for live stream only, no trades. Back to studying next week. Possibly a trade or two if I'm comfortable. And yeah, Jacko, take it slow. Honestly, right now, you really shouldn't even be watching stream. You should be practicing the levels, going and re-grabbing them as many times as you can, reviewing back on the smaller time frames to really visualize possible entry points, exits, targets, and just other notable pieces of information on price action. Good call-outs on Dollar and VIX. Daffy, almost said good call-out on Daffy. What's up, Zeke? Glad to have you in here, man. 15% on the port today. No more trades. Small account, but I am happy. Hey, man, regardless of small account or not, I really don't care about that. 15% on any portfolio is insane. Great growth today, and I'm very happy to hear about that. If you do continue to trade today, switch to paper or mental just so you can keep trading if you want. But really good job, though. That's a really good start to the week, too.
Apple losing its yesterday high. Buy coming back down, rejecting that 403.50. Like Josh said, watching to see if we get that higher, lower, that continuation down.
Oh.
XLM still moving lower.
But yeah, thank you guys. I've gotten an incredible amount of feedback. We're actually doing a giveaway on Twitter. I'm going to show this off real quick. We'll go to my profile real quick. Come on, load. Alright, where are we at? Where are we at? Here we are. So we got a pretty good amount of feedback on this. Today I'm going to do this. I'm going to probably record it. I don't want people thinking I'm like randomly choosing people. But I am going to use this Twitter bot that will select everybody, and then I'll tell it how many people to choose from. But we have a lot of people in this giveaway so far. Make sure I didn't miss anybody's names. But yeah, if you guys want more of these though, definitely check out the results of this one and add more, likes and retweets on it, and then we'll definitely do another giveaway very soon. I don't want to do them back to back very soon, but I do want to let y'all know I am doing giveaways on Twitter for the course. We've been getting hundreds of people messaging us about the course, so I want to still sell some, but at the same time, I would love to give back and try to give some out for free. As you guys can see, there's a crazy amount of engagement on this tweet just because of the course, but I'm definitely going to give 5 away. If you see this, you can still go enter before today at 1 o'clock. All you have to do is follow JBake, Devin, follow me, retweet this, and tag somebody. Tag somebody you like, tag somebody you know, but that'll get you in the giveaway. It'll give you an entry. But I'll be sure to record that and post the results of it later. I'll be doing that right after lunchtime, basically.
Netflix retested that pre-market high again. Just looks like it's slowing down, catching a little bit of support. See what happens there.
BA made another new high of day. Great call out, DX Mac. I just saw that too. Beautiful, beautiful movement by Boeing today. And I'm going to drop 2 links in here, guys. This goes to 2 separate clips. There's that one. And then this one. But the staircase method, part 1 and part 2. Definitely be sure to check out those links. My friend D-Touch just made the second one for me. He already did the first one, and I think I've already posted it. Let me go see. No, I didn't. Alright, well, I will now. I love these stream clips though, and I'll show you how y'all can do it. It's very easy. You go to the top right, or at least it should be at the top right of the stream or bottom right, but it should say create highlight video, and you can grab any 60-second interval clip of any part of the stream. So if you guys ever find something that you want to save that was just a quick explanation, go clip it, save it, relink me, and I can save it for other people to view as well. But yeah, those are both like 60-second clips y'all can check out.
We're still holding really strong.
Banks look like they want to go lower.
XLM is moving lower.
Yeah, energy's moving lower together as well. That's crazy. Big drop. Okay, and there's 2 more parts that D-Touch is cutting up for me right now. Very good, very good.
That's off that pre-market low pretty nicely. Gotta pay attention to see what we do there. Amazon catching back up.
Alright, I'm going to be taking profits on the rest of my Boeing position. We cut most of them, and we had a runner. I'm going to be cutting that runner now. So if anybody else is still in Boeing, you're on your own now. But I am fully out of the Boeing position now. Now I'm out. Okay, yeah, now I'm out. Now I'm fully out of the Boeing position. Great work, though, guys. If anybody took that with me over 184.80s, we ended up taking some profits here as this first slowdown candle hit at about the 186.20s. And now we've taken profits in the 187. So we're fully out of that position, but great work on Boeing, everybody. We also had it highlighted in today's list.
All right, new 10-minute candle, new 30-minute candle. Right back at that 403.50.
Good stuff, Naves. He's up over 55% on Boeing. That's what I like to hear, man. Yeah, big time, Jeremy, and that's what we've gone over here. You might not have been here, but that's what we've gone over for Boeing for a couple weeks now. It's literally just been, I've kept saying it, and I've kept recounting for everybody. What was most impressive to me is how we sat inside of one candle, you know, for that many days. That's just unheard of. So we can expect a pretty large move to possibly 200 even on Boeing with this amount of consolidation. So that's the crazier part, is that this might only be a portion of the move up. That's the crazy part, is that this is only a portion of what's possible. This could be at 200 in a week.
SPY retested that pre-market low and immediately wicked.
And you had those other hot tickers. Good point by Jeremy, pointing out that the other airlines are also hot today, which is a good add-on for Boeing. It's not just doing this by itself, so that's good.
Amazon trying to get that pre-market price again, trying to retake it.
The longer the consolidation, the bigger the breakout. Facts, man, you know it. What's up, Hopkins? How you doing? Tesla finally getting those buyers I was talking about. I really love that base they had built. They had that one push, a reversal, and now they're getting a better bounce happening with rising volume. So pretty good sign by Tesla bulls. You're going to want to see Apple hold that area as well. And you're going to want to see Amazon push above their today's open for that Tesla bounce to be correct. So far, just short-term confirmations, nothing crazy. Amazon can't break and hold over PML. Good watch, Mies. You're right on top of it. Doing all right. Got to go to work soon. Thank you for the streams as always. Thank you for being here, Hopkins. We'll see you later on. Have a great rest of your day, man. I'm really just happy to see a lot of return people, you know, people who have been in here repeatedly. We've had a few new faces here and there, which is great, but it's awesome that we can bring in new people and they'll see, oh, wow, there's a room of people who have been in here day after day after day. You know, some of you guys have been watching these streams since August. Some of you guys have been here for the past just couple weeks, you know, so regardless of how long you've been here, definitely take time to accommodate in how we trade. Again, check out workshop number 11 if you haven't already. That's the one, I have that video and I promote it so much because it's the only video you really need now off this channel. I made it for that reason because I don't want to sit here and have to make new videos every single day. That video is a great one-stop shop to everything we do, how we do it, and what we're looking for. You're a memorable face, though, Sandollar. You're a memorable one. I appreciate you being in here, interacting, engaging so much. It means a lot. Amazon on the 10-minute bear flagging on lower volume. Good call out, Mies. Oh, my bad, Jeremy. You said I also took BA targeting 190. Can you break down your trade entry for Boeing? Want to dig your brain? You can also go back and stream. I've called that out a pretty good amount of times, but I will go over it with you. So the main trade on Boeing, well, one, I've been looking at this for weeks, so it's not like this is my first time seeing this chart. But two, let me start from the daily. Two is that I really like this push we had from Friday, and you pointed this out as well. I mean, it's clear as day. But we finally broke that range. So my whole thing was basically I'm bullish as long as this holds. If we get any test of that, I'm going in. And then kind of the same story for up here. If I get any kind of push above these levels here at the previous day high, previous day close, I know that I'm going to see a really good hold on top. And if I can get that, then that should give me a good bounce. So at least you have my bigger time frame price action now. But I've been going over this for weeks now. Again, it just took this much patience to finally see it do this move. So the big thing that got me in the trade is the fact that we opened higher than this area up here. So that's one indication. Two is we got that first pump, rejected a good 184.83, which is, again, just another historical level on my chart. It's nothing that I just added today. These levels have been here for months. But now price action finally came back down, and we held today's open. So this gave me a second indication that, all right, bulls are definitely in control here as long as they hold today's open. Then they finally pushed back over this, and this is where an early entry could have been taken. You could have already been getting in on this candle, shedding some here, and shedding some as we approach that final target. Overall, though, I wanted to be very passive, because if I'm going to do plays on stream, I want them to be as passive as possible so I don't have people aiming for aggressive entries. I want people to focus on having less, limited, more passive entries. Therefore, they start to realize, okay, wow, if I'm doing the minimal, then I can really see what's the maximum. You can see that there's a million different ways to play this chart. You could have played the bounce, you could have played the first push over the bounce, you could have played the first push over the high. I ended up waiting until it pushed 184.83. We got in kind of towards the end of this candle because it did wick down kind of towards the end and then it pushed back up. So we got in at a pretty good premium too. Got in there, we shed some on this candle. Right as this candle opened, it was actually slightly green when I started selling. So we got out for, I think it was like 10 or 12% there, nothing crazy. And then I got out just now at the top of this candle before it retouching my main target. So we took profits on, pretty much scaled out here and then took final profits here. So we did pretty good on that trade, but again, just kind of going over the passive part of it. We had one good indication, higher open. Second indication, we held the higher open. And then three, we finally pushed above that range that I was looking at for that more short-term bounce. But like you said, the longer the consolidation, the better the breakout. We've had over 2 weeks of consolidation inside of that one candle, and we've covered it almost every day in the stream since then, just because of how impressive that is. It's not every day we see one candle hold 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, almost 15 days of price action. That's not something that happens all the time. So definitely happy to pounce on that. And like I said, I'll probably keep this on watch just because it is most likely going to go to 200. I mean, it might as well go smack that 200 psychological with how much consolidation it had here. And that's after an impressive rally. So pretty crazy past couple of months for Boeing. But yeah, that was my trade on that. We also took Tesla scalps under 188. I got in kind of the end of this candle, so I didn't get in right as soon as it was breaking. I got in towards the end of it. And then I started shedding in this candle. I didn't even wait much longer. It did dip a little bit more, but I really don't care. I'm happy to get my quick scalp in. And then Friday, I called out SPY shorts. There wasn't really much reasoning behind this besides the fact that we pushed up, had that lower open, and then rejected. My only reasoning was that we probably do need to retest this resistance here as support, and that's exactly what we did today. So that was mainly my reasoning behind swinging SPY shorts into today. Plus, I don't like how we rallied into resistance at the end of the week. If that was like Wednesday, we probably would have kept continuing higher, but that was Friday, going into the weekend, into the week before the big FOMC week. So that was a big reason too, kind of outside of the technicals on why I like SPY shorts. But those are my 3 plays of the day so far. I've called out a couple other trade ideas, but nothing really amazing. I haven't really seen much else do anything crazy yet. I mean, we had pretty good movement on a lot of these tickers, but nothing, one directional. Kind of like Apple this morning. Apple was super one directional, and now it's just kind of back into a gray area.
Google coming back up to that previous intraday high, only a couple cents off.
Nice trade. I traded it slightly different. I'll share my trade after I close it out. No problem, man. Not a fan of trading Boeing, but the daily setup was there. Facts. And that's kind of what a lot of people in here were kind of thinking too. A lot of people don't like to trade it, but the setup was just so strong. It was like, why not? Nice trades, bro. Love how you always have reasoning for each trade. Keep a systematic approach is key in the market. Facts, it is. Because anybody can trade emotionally, but having a systematic way of trading is the way to go. Because then you have something stable to kind of trade alongside. If you have a moving variable that you're trading alongside, you're never going to grow because you're going to have, completely different results each and every time. you know. But if you have a systematic way of looking at things, a conditional format of looking at things, then you're going to have a way easier time growing, especially over time, because you'll start to realize, okay, this is what I'm better at, this is what I'm not as good at, and I can work on those things, of course, over time. But thank you for asking, man. I'm always happy to break down my trades and all that. I try not to trade too heavy, especially right before the FOMC week, but I definitely like to find good opportunities and try to get into them. I think my big thing, too, is that I don't really like to trade a shit ton. I like to catch trades. I mean, trading is amazing. It's the best feeling in the world. But it only feels good when I'm doing it right. You know, if I'm going to go jump into something, I want to have pretty good reasoning on why I like it. And then I don't have to sit there and constantly question, oh my God, how's my position going to do tomorrow? You know, I'll have a really good understanding of what's possible.
Amazon trying to retake that pre-market low for the third time today, with Tesla creeping back up. Trying to get back over that 403.50, back at pre-market low, see what we do there. Still haven't had very much volume coming to anything besides Tesla's dip buy so far. It's got a little bit of increase in volume, but nothing crazy. Netflix still holding pre-market high. That don't look too bad. Flirting with that pre-market low now. We got opening price right above. Then it's 404.75, and it breaks that. We can go towards 405.37. Google's right up against that level.
Ooh, good post, Daffy. I just saw your dollar and VIX chart. Yeah, let me go check out solar. Still just sitting there, no movement. I do like how it's still holding though, Daffy. And remember, guys, zoom out when in doubt. It's very easy to get lost on the smaller time frames. Make sure to remind yourself what's possible on the bigger time frames. We have the big important 401.50s level to watch for a further breakdown. We have the 408, 409, 410, 411.70s, really this entire area as resistance before a bigger move can happen to 415, 417, 420. So you have to keep that on watch as well. But make sure to zoom out when in doubt. It's very easy to get lost on the smaller time frames. So just try to give yourself more clear direction. But yeah, always very nice. You can see we actually tested, I didn't even realize, we tested the perfect bottom of that blue area that we have highlighted from the bigger time frame. Again, that's just highlighting this gap fill. You can see that we've pushed it, filled it, and now we're at the bottom of it. Amazon. Good watch. And this is kind of what I was expecting for Tesla, so good job finding it on its counterpart, Amazon. And yeah, Tesla increasing just like I thought it would. I'm not going to sit here and say I called out a play for it on this one, but we did talk about the sufficient base build they had here, not just making a low, but making a higher low, making another higher low, giving them really good opportunity if rising volume can step in to give them increased movement to the upside. But that's kind of what you can look at for Amazon. Amazon has that same kind of look to it. Has that low, a good higher low. Potentially trying to push here, but you might see it do one more low before pushing again. Just kind of like what we saw on Tesla. They had 3 there. But good eye Pike and good eye Leland. And round of applause for Mel. Good stuff, Mel. Very happy to see some of your trades are working out for you.
Rejecting that opening price so far.
Apple just broke below open with volume. Good call out. And that'll definitely weigh down some of these more bullish looking setups. Yeah, it's not a good sign. Apple breaking really good levels. Broke today's open, broke yesterday's close, broke yesterday's high, and making a new low of day. Apple bringing a lot more bearish indication short term. No, not as much yet, Jeremy, but I was going to get into it when I could, because I thought that was really nice. The whole Excel sheet. I'd also probably have a day for it on stream where I can go over it with everybody, and so other people could use it too. And I think something to add on to what you just said, D-Touch, too, is that a lot of people got really bullish and started pivoting really well after Jay Powell. But then when that higher job report came out, or the higher unemployment number came out, that was shocking. That was something that was not supposed to happen. Or at least that's what they were not expecting, right? So them getting caught off guard, I feel like kind of brings back into some of that bearish sentiment. Because, yeah, I would say a lot of the recent news is bullish. But you're starting to get more bearish sentiment, step in after that realization of like, oh crap, are they getting in trouble again? You know, or is Powell and all of these guys, are they getting too ahead of themselves? But I do still believe we'll get a half-point hike at this next meeting. February, they were saying most likely get a quarter-point hike, like 0.25. But overall, either way, even if these do come out, that doesn't mean we have to go up just because they're coming out. I think at first you might get good pops, but then you'll start to realize like, oh crap, you know, there are a lot more bearish reports coming out than bullish. So I think that slight pivot that might have been a little bit too early might be a bad sign for, you know, short term, but I think long term it's a good sign.
Rejecting, coming back down through that 403.50. See what we're gonna do. Apple's at that pre-market low. Amazon rejected pretty hard. Google's really the only one holding up.
Yeah, Apple was literally up over 1.5% today. Now they're down by almost 0.5%. What a day. But yeah, Jeremy, we need to get you in here on a stream one day. I'll have to message you and see what days. Probably for a swing stream as well. It'd be nice to get you in here for a power hour stream or something. I'm not going to do those yet. I kind of want to keep that for 2023. Apple can be so hard sometimes. And even if you don't like to trade it, Amy, it is definitely the thing to kind of gauge, to watch, just because it really is the king of the market. So seeing it break support is a good short-term signal that if SPY breaks support, other things should break support, just because it's such an important weight. And we're seeing Apple still reject today's open. At the same time, you have Apple breaking that support. So that does kind of add together. So even if we don't like trading Apple, it is still really nice just to kind of gauge with everything. Oil futures now firmly in the red. What a reversal from this morning. And good job, Amy. Thank you for updating that.
XOM's down in the dirt. It broke that 109 level, never look back.
But good call out to everybody. A lot of good teamwork today. Apple is now at that strong pivot point I talked about, everybody. It's a good resistance turn support for Apple here at 147. If they can break this support, we should see a lot more red step in. But I wouldn't be surprised to see a slow down here first before getting a break lower or even a good bounce off of this. So definitely watch the range in between today's pre-market high and this very important in-between pivot point at 147. So we have basically a dollar range between 147 and 148 on Apple. The dollar is pushing higher. Great call out by Daffy. Quick 9% on Amazon pre-market low rejection. Great call out, Mies. Good gain so far too. For sure, love trading ideas with like-minded. Hey, no problem, man. Definitely can't wait to do some of those together. As you pointed out earlier, breadth is not good. I love that word. And yeah, thank you, Amy. I've actually really appreciated a lot of your call outs. Not just in here, but I saw you mention some on Discord as well. Just kind of pointing out different things like VIX, the dollar, Qs, SPY. It is just nice to see someone pointing out different things like that, because that's more helpful than you know. Some people would look at that and be like, oh, that didn't tell me anything. But actually, Amy's out here giving you almost everything you need for overall market direction. When Apple, 13% of Qs was strong and Qs were not strong, it's good to tell you the breadth and the Q. Exactly. You could start to see like, wow, everything else is weak. So it kind of tells you like, all right, well, if Apple slows down, everything's going to either sell off more or finally start range trading from selling off already, you know, or vice versa. You know, if everything continues to hold and Apple continues higher, if they continue to hold, there's a very good chance they catch up. But we're actually getting we're getting that first scenario that I just talked about. And this is why it's kind of my big thing to sit here and cover the weights. If anybody was in here paying attention, they would know full damn well what was going to happen on Apple, depending, you know, based on how we were looking at everything else. We don't just look at Apple, we don't just look at SPY, we don't just look at the Qs. We look at everything together to help give us a better, more uniform picture. Amazon's dying? Good. Good. Mises in shorts. Mies actually called it out very, very early on. I'd have to scroll up and find it. But she called it out very early on. Oh, I can't find it because y'all actually do post a lot of messages now. But somewhere in there, she called out the Amazon bear flag potentially very, very early on. So good job, Mies. Round of applause for her. I always love seeing you guys call out. I love giving you guys praise, giving you guys credit. I want to do more of it. You know, honestly, SPY even looks like a bear flag. You got that kind of just droop look to it. And then we got that slight pull up straight to today's open and then rejection. No new low yet, but good rejection. So we have a pretty strong bear flag here for SPY on the 5-minute. Alright, let's find another playlist.
Microsoft coming back down to its pre-market low. Amazon still moving lower. Apple right below pre-market low, moving down a little bit.
Amazon new low of day.
Google about to lose its yesterday high.
I mean, look how nasty accurate that is. There's a level here at 120, 100.20. Let's go see where this is from. It's a halfway point. But between our other halfway point and this level. Scary accurate. I finally fixed the Google chart. I said it like 300 times last week, and I finally did it this weekend. Finally went and added the levels from the far left. Now, SPY has a really big resistance now at the 403.90s, 403.50s, which is where we were looking for further break lower, so it's good to see us rejecting it. But can we get the further break lower? Like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if we maintain between our, our starting range, kind of, between where we fell to at about 400 and up to about 408.50. We really do have a range between about 400 and 411.75, so it's actually a smaller range than we were used to a couple weeks ago and last week, to be honest. But overall, this is our new range between 400 and 411.75. You will see lower moves under 400, and you will see a crazy breakout of 411.75 ever breaks. So these are two areas to keep on watch moving forward going into next week. Don't have to see them broken at all this week, but we'll see if they do. Should get good moves inside of the range, even if we don't get one outside of the range. Mill, maybe for a short-term trade, maybe. I just don't like the idea because of how bullish it is on its chart on the bigger time frames. But you're not crazy in thinking like, oh, I should short here back down to the support. That's not a bad idea. I'm not going to sit here and say you're crazy. I'll probably chill on it just because I'm trying to relax now with all those trades we've already taken. But it's not a bad idea. Trim some SPY for 47%. Now give me low of day. Love doing the Devon now, watching top weights, Apple, Amazon, Tesla with SPY. Apple breaking open with SPY, rejecting open was great confirmation. Yeah, facts, especially because Apple was like one of the only ones that moved higher. That actually has weight. No, Boeing missed the BA. Don't. How do you make your TOS quick? I don't quite know what you mean by that. My TOS is actually pretty slow.
US takes a lot on a computer.
I know if you sign out and you go to the sign back in screen, Mo, I know that if you do that, you can click on that bottom cogwheel, and you should be able to kind of change how much usage it's getting, how much data usage it's using. So you can adjust that, but you have to go off of what kind of computer you have. I don't know what computer you have, so it's, yeah, it is kind of up to the computer at that point. My TOS isn't even that fast, to be honest with you. At the beginning, I'll notice it's really quick, but the more I stream, the more it's like sitting here, the more slow I start to see it react. There'll be times where, like right now, I should already have this chart pulled up. I shouldn't even be waiting for the data screen. And you can see it for split seconds on some charts. You can see it for a lot longer than a split second on others. So it's actually not that fast. It could be faster. And I have seen people talk about clearing like a bin, which I've done multiple times on my TOS, but it's just something you have to do maintenance over time. Oh, and look, Amy literally just said it too. Sometimes clicking on help, then collect garbage. That's the actual setting. So there you go. Amy just gave you a cool out. And then also kind of what Leland said, how many charts do you have open? Because I know the more charts you have open, the more data you're using all at one time. So it is going to make it slower. Apple lost the pivot point. Good call out, Daffy. They actually lost it 5 minutes ago. Great call out. My TOS never hesitates. My Weeble has cardiac stoppage and I have to revive it. 6 to 8. I feel like the futures slow it down a lot. Yeah, that's definitely gonna slow it down more, Mo. Especially with 6 to 8 charts.
It was moving lower. Microsoft trying to lose that pre-market low. Meta creeping down towards opening price. SPY's back at that yesterday low.
Keep eyes on how price variance to 147.
Losing that low or yesterday low, coming down towards low a day. Microsoft coming with it. Amazon, Apple moving lower. XOM still never got going. Just been steady selling off.
These songs suck. Yeah, that's not it. That ain't it at all, Chief. Alright, back to this. Listen to some Box Buster. Good job on your Boeing short still, Mel. Seems to be working out very well for you. And I would still aim for that 184.80s at least. Especially if it passes this consolidation period right here. Whoops. Kind of where it popped up. Held as support. Bounced. If it breaks under that 186, you should have a really good push for another $1.17. Tesla still pushing a little lower. We saw Apple lose its pivot point. They're moving even lower. So really good callouts by everybody in here today. SPY still losing that support like Devin just said.
Yep, coming down right now.
I think, yep, dollar's moving higher as well.
Slowing down right at that previous intraday low. Haven't broke it yet. Looking for that breakthrough. Tesla coming back down to this pre-market low. Amazon's way ahead of Tesla.
Which is funny because Tesla's actually like over double down percentage wise. Damn, Leland, you're on crack. Screw those couple bucks. You're up over 100%. That's a beautiful trade, man. Good job. Round of applause for Leland and Jeremy on their trades just now.
There you go, Leland. Yeah, that could be a little tricky higher low here on SPY because it did not break that previous low. We'll see if we come up and retest and reject that yesterday low. But there's a couple things. They ain't really sold off too much. Meta, Google, Microsoft sold off a little bit, but still nothing crazy. XOM's beat up.
Got in early, feeling the weakness as we approached the close under 403.50. My stop loss was tight at the level current and previous candles had been rejecting. I went in deep but had a tight stop in place. Almost said tight top. Tight stop in place. Okay, nice. So he got entry, stop losses in place. He sees his targets. I market ordered these at the drop. Happened so quickly and it was bouncing around. Completely missed the wick area. It moved so quickly. Yeah, and on market orders, you're going to have some slippage on that too. My TP for the last two that got missed and closed on the way up. Okay. So he took from 98 to 150, 164, 135, and then he got his last one out at 132. Very, very nice username. Really amazing breakdown as well here. This is a beautiful breakdown. And then Jeremy's trade review. You can see an easy little bear flag there on SPY. Daily 15 days of consolidation. He knows. He was watching the same thing. It says starter size on break above the previous day high, notable volume on the breakout, and he added on the back test versus the previous day close. Noted SPY was holding pre-market low, VWAP remounted, plus BA had notable volume versus Friday's volume. So very good, kind of picking up on its relative strength compared to the market. Even if SPY was breaking down, this still had decent relative strength. And then he said into high of day was his first exit, second exit was high of day pop, third exit was resistance, fourth was the extension sell, and then his last exit was a break below the 2-minute on the 9 EMA. So he tried to give himself as much room as he could in a lot of these exits, and he did a really good job on that. Very good job, not just username, but also Jeremy here. Very good job. Good job, Ruth Ann. Let's get a round of applause for Ruth Ann taking 35% on an Apple short. Definitely be sure to post your trade review. Why did you enter? Why did you exit? All the different reasonings around it. Good stuff, though, Ruth Ann. It really depends, Moon. Some people prefer limit because you get to decide where you enter, but you will miss out on some quicker trades. Some people like markets because you don't have to miss out on anything, but you're not always going to get the average that you want. And this is something that I think too many people are OCD about. So if you're OCD or you ever find yourself saying, man, I didn't get the right fill, then you probably just need to stick with limit orders. And even if you do miss out on trades, so what? At least you're not, going crazy and missing out on trades. But don't let a couple bucks ruin why you aren't entering a trade. You shouldn't care that you're getting an extra dollar fill. Who cares if you get filled for $1 higher when you're not caring about $1 movement? You're looking for the next movement on the chart again. So, when that increases, you'll be up 15-20%, sometimes even more. So who cares about that extra dollar fill? So it really is personal preference. What kind of trader are you? But if you're going to scalp, in my opinion, you need to use market orders, and you are going to experience slippage. But this is why I always preach for you guys to sell into targets, to sell early, to get in at the right time. Therefore, you're not sitting there freaking out about, oh man, I sold when it said I was up $200, but when I took profit, it only gave me 170. It's like, yeah, that's slippage. That's the market. That's the market order moving. Your bid ask is moving at all times. So it kind of depends on what kind of trade you're taking and your personal preference. What kind of trader are you? Are you someone who hesitates, or are you someone who doesn't hesitate? Someone who doesn't hesitate and is a scalper is going to love taking market orders. Someone who maybe not hesitates but likes to be more patient is going to focus on taking limit orders at good spots, looking for good dips, getting in. So, but yeah. Oh, that was Sunny Diesel who got it as well. My bad, Sunny. I missed you, man. But round of applause for Sunny Diesel getting a SPX put for 110%. Market likes smacking back real quick sometimes, literally. But that's the whole point, when let's say you hit a known level of support, there should be buyers there. So you should get a slowdown for bears and a reversal. Now, it doesn't have to pump to the moon, but let's say you're in a put. Of course, your options contract is going to start being not worth as much as you hit that support, because once it hits it, that's the final increase. And then it's going to start slowing down. People are going to start selling. And then your options contract is going to start costing a little less. The value of it will go down. Oh, good stuff, me. So even though you didn't make it as far as you wanted to with your real contract, which still 9%, it's amazing. It's still nice that you practice seeing further targets for it. So good work on that. It's very hard to do that, Mies, because a lot of the time people are very biased or just ignorant. They want to sit there and think about, oh, well, I'm not in the trade anymore. I don't want to look at this, or I already got what I wanted out of it, blah, blah, blah. It's really good to just kind of in a non-biased way still watch how it plays out. And by non-bias, I mean, you know, no fear, no greed, none of that. Just kind of watching it for how it is. So really good job. That really shows a really big strength in you that a lot of people don't have. It's almost impossible for some people to look at a chart without saying, oh, I'm bullish or bearish. No, it's just kind of nice to see how things plan out. Or pan out. Made 1.38% of total account today and couldn't be happier. Round of applause for Sacked Lunch, everybody. Good stuff, man. 1.38%. I think a lot of people really do overlook how much of an increase that is, especially on an account, on a total account. That's beautiful. Good job, man. Keep the passive growth up. Let's keep just aiming for slow passive trades, not trying to look to get into every single, you know, move that's happening or to get into every single ticker, or, you know, whatever. Let's limit ourselves to certain types of entries and focus on just that. Great work, though, man. I'm very happy to hear. And it looks like a lot of you guys are growing, not just from the streams, but from the information of the streams. Again, this is not just my system. This is not my, these are not my, these are our levels now. This is all of our levels, all of our system. What's good, Tobias? What is up, my Flying Dutchman?
You know, Google and Meta just haven't really sold off at all.
No, they're still holding relatively well.
Yeah. Microsoft sold off a little bit, but nothing crazy.
Well, either way, Sack Lunch, regardless of, you know, where you get your information or anything, I'm very happy to see you growing and really just using this as a tool. Not relying on it, but, you know, not totally screwed without it. So very happy to see you kind of slowly progressing. That's the way, man. Trust me, that's the way to go. I'm stopping with day trading for the most part, focusing more on some swing trades, and I'm building a company. Oh, nice. What kind of company you got going, Tobias? I saw your little roast towards us Americans being beaten by the Netherlands. I saw that yesterday. My big account goal is 0.5% a day. That's almost 3 times my big account goal. CSAC lunch, really good job. And good stuff, Mies and Leland. Tons of amazing conversation today in the YouTube chat. You guys are really amazing. Kind of giving each other insight on different things. All right, everybody, we're kind of approaching 11 o'clock, which is a better slowdown time for the market. But overall, this is a great time for me to throw in some educational stuff. My really, really good friend Leland made a really cool quiz for you guys to interact with. Now, normally this would only let you have 10 people in it at once, so I'm going to pull it up on stream and let you guys answer on the YouTube chat and see how you guys do. And if y'all don't answer quick enough, I'm just going to answer for you and get it right. But I already tested this. I was like 16 out of 16 or whatever. On my first go on it, so it's a very good quiz. He set up, I think, 14 or 16 different questions, but it all has to do with candlestick patterns. And I know I haven't gone over all of them with you, but we have gone over them a pretty good amount of times here and there, and we have tons of videos. So let's see who all knows their stuff, but let's see who can get all these questions right or not. So feel free to answer in the YouTube chat as they pop up. I am going to pull that up here in a minute as soon as he sends me a link, and we'll go over that together. So be sure to type out your answers in the YouTube chat. Wow, that's a really cool idea, Tobias. I definitely want to see more of your idea. You know, as you progress with your company, I'd love to see it, man. That's beautiful. I think that's a great idea. The salty Americans. Yeah, you're definitely not going to hear me salty about soccer. Throw all the trash talk you want. But man, that's awesome, Tobias. I'm very happy to hear that. Yeah, I can only imagine how much work you're having to do. I can't imagine. All right, so who's ready for this? Who's ready for this quiz? Because it's ready. Throw your thumbs up if you're going to interact with this. All right, we're all good? Give me some thumbs up. Let me see that everybody's ready to go. All right, we're getting some now. All right, let's go ahead and start it. Since the stream does have a slight delay in it, I requested Leland make sure there's extra time on it. Yep, that's my nickname. I'm a penguin. I did this on the phone yesterday. I did not try this on desktop, so this is my first time seeing it this way. I'll try my best not to cheat and give you guys the answers, but it's going to be very hard. I have a very loud mouth when it comes to looking into stuff. Alright, Leland, I am ready to go. And we do have quizzes like this in my chat. You only need basic membership to see the entire educational section. But we have a bunch of quizzes just like this. This one's a little bit more interactive because you can actually click on different ones. Plus, Leland made it, so it's pretty good. Do I have to do anything else? I want to be a Christmas tree. Oh, there we go. It's starting. We're going to kick ass on this quiz. Name the highlighted candlestick pattern. Leland, it's pretty quick timing. They're not going to be able to answer that quick. Is there any way to add more time to it? Oh, Sherman answered piercing line. Correct, we got it. Good job, Sherman. Oh, that was the max? All right, well, I'll try my best to answer as fast as you guys can. That's the only way to get it. You can't answer on YouTube. You have to just type it out. But good stuff, Sherman. I saw you get that. It looks like a few others got it right after you. But that was a piercing line because the previous candle opened lower. Or I'm sorry, the second candle opened lower and finished past the 50% point of that previous candle, which gave it really good leeway for a potential bullish reversal candle. But yeah, type it in the YouTube chat. All right, man. Is it going to go to the next one? What's going on here? Why is it taking so long? All right, name the highlighted candlestick pattern. Is this a bearish engulfing? Is this a bullish engulfing, a piercing line, or is it just big green? It's just too quick. I can't do this with you guys. The stream is too slow, and this timer is so quick. So this is probably not sufficient enough, but this is still good for you guys to answer. Yes, it's a bullish engulfing. Great answer if you guys type that out. So I'll try my best to wait to the last second. I'll click on the answer, and if you guys are also thinking the same thing, then awesome. If not, though, feel free to ask questions on why something was something, and then we'll break it down. Yeah, big green. Leland chose a really good fourth option. I'm not going to lie, guys. When you make quizzes, it's very hard to make up fake answers, like answers that are incorrect. So you end up typing answers like that. Yeah, stream delay is killing it, but just answer anyway, guys. I'll try my best to not click to the last second. Honestly, this is too slow. I don't even want to finish this. This is insane. Like, okay, we get it. Next. And yeah, please do that, Leadland. Make some flashcards, because these are amazing examples he has. Name the highlighted candlestick pattern. So we have a green candle, and not only does it gap down, it does what? Oh, you have to click next? That sucks. Bearish kicker. Remember, not just a normal gap down. It has a lot more momentum because it's not just opening lower than the previous. It's opening lower than the entire previous day. What do we got here, guys? I don't cover this one as much, but it's a very clean pattern to find. Do we have a bullish star, a harami? Is this a tweezer bottom, or is it a double whisker? I'll try to click on the very last second. Tweezer bottom. Great answer, everybody. It looks like a few of you guys are right on top of it. Again, sorry for the delay in the stream to where you can't answer before the next one starts. But still, it's nice that we can align our thoughts. Let's see what this next one is. Do we have a bearish harami, a Sunday, a squeezer, or a bullish harami sitting up here at resistance with an inside candle? What do we call these? Who knows? So far, I have not seen an incorrect answer yet. You guys are on top of it. And yes, on that very last one, we had a bearish harami. We call it a harami or an inside bar. Basically, what you want to see next is the next day break that previous day. And we're on a 5 streak. Let's see if we can get all 16 again. Name the highlighted candlestick pattern. What do we have here, everybody? An evening star, a morning star, a bullish kicker, or a bullish bouncy ball? Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful test question, or test answer by Leland. And I'm trying my best not to click the answer to the last second. Morning star. If you typed evening, you just have the wrong direction. It's okay if you typed evening over morning, just because they are literally the same exact pattern. It's just the difference is that one's at resistance or one's at support. One's bullish, one is bearish. But that was, in fact, a morning star. A really easy way to remember between morning and evening is that evening, the sun is coming down. And the morning, it's coming up. So morning, bullish, evening, bearish. What do we have here? 3 blind mice. Do we have 3 black crows, 3 white soldiers, or bullish stacks? For morning pizza? Jesus. That's savage. Oh, I almost missed not clicking it in time. 3 white soldiers. That was what we have there. Which, if you guys just say bullish continuation, that's totally fine. But essentially, 3 white soldiers is when you get that open into the previous candle and it closes higher 3 days in a row, giving you very strong intention for bulls. All right, who's going to get this one? This is a trick question here. I like this one. What candlestick pattern is this? Someone show me that they're a pro. Look at the open and closes. It'll be very easy to see once you pay attention to the open and the closes. A bullish kicker. Because we don't just have a higher open, we have a higher open over the entirety of the previous day. So it's not just a normal gap. It was a trick question because it was so close together. And the other day I thought that would be a good one by Leland. True or false, the highlighted candlesticks are a bullish kicker. True or false, everybody? Is this a bullish kicker or is this just a gap up? Damn, it really only gives us 20 seconds, Leland. That's like not even that long. False, exactly, false. That was just a normal gap up. That was no kicker at all. It didn't increase over any previous day levels. It just kept moving higher. You're doing great, though, Leland. Thank you so much for setting this up. Even though it is kind of you know, I do love the quiz questions, and I really do want you to put those on flashcards. Exactly, green to green. Name the highlighted candlestick pattern, guys. What is this? A stopper, a bearish engulfing, an evening star, or a dark cloud cover? Look, we have a higher open and a lower close. Completely what? I can't even say the word, but it's completely doing what to that candle? Engulfing. It's completely engulfing that candle. Exactly, an engulfing. And thank you guys for being easy with this. I know it's not giving you guys a timely manner to answer before I move on, but this is just what we're dealing with. So thank you guys for rolling with the punches with us. But it says, name the highlighted candlestick pattern. Do we have a piercing line, engulfing, dark cloud cover, or bearish harami? Notice how we have a higher open, but it only finishes past the halfway point of that previous candle. It doesn't engulf it, so it's not as strong as an engulfing. What's before that? What do we have before that? A dark cloud cover. The opposite of a piercing line. And run an 11 streak. Let's go. Good answer, Chloe. That one's also kind of a trick question because it's kind of hard to see it. But it's easy to see once you just pay attention to the open and closes of each candle. Those are some of the most consistent rulings of any candlestick pattern. Name the highlighted 3 candlestick pattern. So what do we have here, everybody? It's against resistance. We've seen it before. We've seen it reject again, and we have it here again. And then what do we have? And he says 3 candlestick pattern because this could also be seen as a bearish kicker. But what else is here? We have the gap up to the gap down. It's an evening star. He made that very clear, adding the 3 in all caps, just for anybody to not get confused on kicker, because there is a bearish kicker there. So very good answer, Chloe. Name the highlighted candles. Oh boy. Oh boy, what are these called? Bueller only talks about them every week. What do we call these? They're indecisive. We need to wait for the next piece of information. But what is this candle? Exactly, the long-legged doji. One of the most indecisive candles in the market. A doggy. That's how it should be spelled. D-O-G-I. Doji. What do we see? Wait, what do we do when we see the highlighted candles? So coming back to this again, what do we do after these candles, guys? I already kind of told you in the other one. Who can get this right? Is it triangle, circle, or diamond? Or is this a rhombus? Exactly, we wait for direction. We wait for confirmation. That candle is a good kind of in-between candle. It's a very good kind of starter indication of, all right, whatever comes next, go with it. Can be found at reversal points and continuations. Name the highlighted candles. Sometimes you guys hear... Oh, I can't even say the name. What do we call these candles? This is almost a trick question, but not really. Is it a resistance tickler, a hammer, or a shooting star? I call them shooters, shooting stars. If you answered hammer, the right question, the right answer would be inverted hammer if you did say hammer. So you'd be a little off on that. But if you did say that, you're not completely off, you're just a little off. But shooting star or inverted hammer, that's the answer we're looking for. So either of those answers are correct. All right, we're on the last one. Name the highlighted candlestick, everybody. And there we go. We have the opposite of what we were just looking at, basically. What is the opposite of that? Of the previous example. We have a blank at support. A support tickler? A hammer. Good answer, everybody. It looks like the majority of you guys got a lot of those correct. Really good job, and we got 16 out of 16. I think it's going to tell me I got second place. Beautiful job, though, in Leland. Honestly, amazing work on this. It sucks that Kahoot is kind of screwing Leland with the slow timer and the quicker answering. But honestly, really, really great job by Leland setting this up with the great examples. He had to find those on his own, type it out, set it up correctly. But honestly, great work. Can we get a drum roll and a round of applause for Leadland setting up an amazing quiz for all of us? Oh, I got first. Okay, cool. But great job, Leland. And it kind of sucks how that's set up, but I love the hard work Leland put in for us, because that is an amazing amount of information. But good job, everybody, for interacting and engaging with that quiz. We'll try to set up more things like that. Let me know, though. Is that something more y'all want to see? Do y'all want to see more interactive quizzes? You can't retake it, Daffy. It was like a live interactive quiz. But that's just something I want to start doing more in here. So let me know what y'all's thoughts are on that. Do y'all want to see more quizzes, more interactive stuff like that, where we're kind of working together on something? But yes, Leland is going to add those to flashcards, so y'all have that. Thoughts on Tesla's short-term and weekly short? It seems in a head shoulders forming, but 4-hour and inverse head and shoulders. Yo, good stuff, Mel. Taking 200 profit on your Boeing trade. I was still wondering if you were in that or not. Took its sweet time to pull down, but it looks like you got out of there in a good, timely manner. Great job, Mel. In Tesla short term, it's really not fair to sit here, Savage, and give you just one direction. I'm the kind of guy that likes to give both directions. And in my opinion, for bulls to take this, which in my opinion still looks pretty good, because like you said, it does have kind of an inverse head and shoulders look to it. As long as they hold this support here at about 177, 179, pretty much 180, as long as they hold that, in my opinion, this is still bullish. But once this is broken, it kind of brings us back into bloody waters of like, oh crap, are we just going to go down and fill this gap, or are we going to go down and break 166? So that's kind of my bearish scenario, but bulls basically, as long as they hold that, they look good. But once this breaks, though, it's possibly just going to go fill that gap, and then we'll have to kind of keep our eyes on the 166 to see, all right, is this where it wants to stop, or is it going to continue lower? So, like I said, I don't really like to sit here and point out just bears or just bulls. I like to point out both. But that would be my thought process on that one. But you're right, though. It is still holding very well. SPY making it down to 400, guys. No problem, Savage. And if that's where you're at, too, awesome, man. But yeah, it's very hard. Plus, Tesla has all that news kind of revolving around it right now, so it's a little skeptical to say just one side. But yeah, Devin called it out earlier while I was going through that quiz with y'all, but SPY did break that new low of day. We reached 400.60s, and now we're kind of slowing down a little bit. So next move is going to happen basically under 400, or we can look for a base build to take us back over 402.25, which really needs to break over 403.50s. So they're down in the dirt right now. But very good job. Kind of curious to see how much those SPY puts are worth now.
It's kind of pretty impressive with Meta and Google, how they're just holding up. Tesla hasn't sold off too much more either. Hasn't made new low a day yet.
And yeah, guys, we've been streaming for a little over 3.5 hours now. And we've been here since the market open, a little bit before market open as well with the pre-market prep. I would definitely make notice or make it my plan that no matter what day you guys are in stream or not in stream, I would always review the pre-market prep. I, again, am not sitting here to be confident or cocky, but we have been insanely accurate with the analysis in the pre-market prep, and at the end of each stream I cover the SPY daily just to kind of give myself a better view for what's possible for the rest of the day, as well as how we can move into the next day. I would 100% take time to go back and review the pre-market prep. I really do put a lot of my effort into the pre-market prep just to give everybody kind of an initial view of what's possible, what's not possible, just to help everyone out. And I'm just going to drop the link. I had a lot of people request this, but I have a course, and I had a lot of people ask about it. I'm doing the giveaway later on Twitter, but if you don't win, you can still buy the course. So let me link y'all how you can do that. If I can even find the link myself. But here's the link to the course if anybody doesn't have it or is looking to get it. I think there's about 440 people or 404. It's one of those two numbers that has the course. There's over 400 people though that have it, so that's insanely impressive. I would have never have guessed beforehand when I was first putting that course out. I would have never have guessed over 400 people having it. So I'm honestly just honored. I'm glad that everybody's enjoying it. You can either buy it outright or you can join chat, get lifetime, and you can have it at no extra charge. And I'm saying that now because I know a ton of people will ask me again. But those are the two ways you can get it. I'll probably do another giveaway at the end of December since I'm doing one at the beginning. So if you don't get it now, wait till that giveaway and see if you get lucky. Is this SPY's low of day, or are we going to crack lower in a little bit? Because we're definitely getting some buyer momentum. They're going to probably pick it back up, want to retest the old support they broke. And then we'll have to see where they want to go from there. How's everyone doing? Can you touch on any subjects in the course? Yeah, 100%. I'll even show you on stream, because why not? Because why not, right? Alright, so here's the course. Let me go to the actual course so you can see it. Curriculum. I'll show you everything. You don't even have to look for a preview. Alright, so let's go to the preview of it, just because if I click on that stuff, I don't want to mess it up. But it has welcome, bunch of links, which I don't even think any of these work anymore. And then we have a bunch of sections. So basically, first section, basics of options. We have a bunch of just general vague information. I wouldn't say it's small, it's very in-depth. But it gives you basically everything you need to know about options, kind of the surface material of it, some of the undersurface material of it, the Greeks, the variables, everything within it. And then we have a bunch of other stuff. Swing trading, pattern trading with candlesticks. I don't just give you swing trading information, but also how to trade them on the smaller time frames, and a bunch of different ways you can look at them. Also a list of the patterns I like to focus on. They're all in here. And then also the BB system. You get step 1, step 2, step 3, and it really gives you everything. So you end up having, how do I get the levels, how do we trade in between them, the volume, how to get in between everything, and then there's just so much more, the types of entries, everything. And then there's a couple sections I haven't finished yet, which I don't know if I'll finish. And then there's some video content, which, let me say this now, guys. If there's any section in here where you see me say chef, this is an old person I used to work with. I would not pay attention to any of that content if you see it pop up. All of it covers is just basically supply and demand. And if you really, really need a supply and demand video, I literally have one, how to chart supply and demand zones. So if you end up bumping any material and you don't have any more, answers to some of your questions for that section, go to here, because that's a free video for everybody. But that is essentially everything that my course covers, though. It covers a lot of good information for day trading, swing trading, and other stuff, how to chart, some option stuff. And then after you finish this, anytime somebody hits me up and they're like, yo, is there anything else besides this, once I finish it? Because that's a lot of info. You're not going to just finish it in a day. But once you do finish it, I have tons of other info for you to go through. And here I'll show you right now. I'll show you my little checklist. But I went through a couple weekends ago. I made here's my channel. I made a checklist for everybody to follow. Not this channel. This channel. Here we go. All right, so BB trading content checklist. Complete the BB course once without a chart and a second time with a chart on your own to follow along. Give yourself that look. Take the quizzes in BB Bootcamp. Best part is if you don't like your score, you can retake it over and over again. Never give up. And we can go down to the BB Bootcamp channel, and you can see I have 4 quizzes, just like that one we took together on stream today. So you have that as well. Check out the workshop classes. That's that public YouTube section, which if we just pull up my channel again real quick, go to playlist, scroll over, workshop videos. There's 11 of them now, so make sure to go through those. That's a great kind of next step to go into. Complete the YouTube playlist. That's all those playlists you just saw me go through. Review the volume and fibs channel. Scroll down. Volume and fibs. This is the next channel I'd work through. Start from the top, of course. JBake really does give you kind of the breakdown on volume, what's important, what are the types of volume, what are the different factors of it. Volume anomaly. This is when you have a lot larger volume but not as big of a candle, or vice versa. The size of them don't equal. And then also Fibonacci, giving you the basics and the in-depth facts of how to use Fibonacci in the correct way, both from JBake and from Leland. Both of them have been around me for a very long time and have tons of info to give out. Second page. I put a lot of effort into the BB Trading Strategies channel that all of you have access to. Take advantage and limit yourself to these entries. Premium section even has a live trade series with 15 plus videos using those exact entry types for scalps and day trades in real time with in-depth coverage. Again, what I'm referring to is this Trading Strategies channel here, which if you start from the top, you have swings and day trades, all kinds of strategies we like to use. We use the basics of EMAs as well in some of them, just to show people you can use indicators if you like. But you guys know me, I don't use indicators. And then scroll down to the premium section. You have your live trade series, which a lot of premium members have access to. And this is where you can check out live trades using these exact strategies from this channel. So make sure you review that as well when you have access. Let's keep going down the list. Patterns plus pattern trading channel. That's also in the course, but I have another channel down here at the bottom of chat, patterns, which is just to kind of look through all the kinds of patterns and stuff, which I don't even have all of them in here. This is just the majority of them, kind of chart harmonics and stuff. But the pattern trading channel is OP. This is where I go using an example from ZM and a couple other ones. But I cover basically here, like on SDC, I'll cover a smaller time frame or a bigger time frame level, and then I'll work myself down, and I show you how you can day trade it and everything. I'm trying to skip past it so you can not get a fat sneak peek of it. Next one. We also have a free educational server, which you saw there down there in that section down here, free educational server. I just updated the link last week. It'll take you to here, and you get this free server. So definitely be sure to check out the free one. It's just got a bunch of vague info. We have candlesticks, chart patterns, order types, terminology, tips and extra info, hike and a she strategy, Ichimoku Cloud, TTM squeeze, custom indicators. I have literally all kinds of custom indicators that people sell for money. I can't believe people sell this shit for money when any normal person can just make it and have it for free. Books, videos, motivation, tons of awesome little channels in here. I would definitely take time to go through it slowly but surely over time. And we're almost done with this list, guys. BB stream clips. I share all of the clips that my mods and myself save. These are today from D-Touch. He saved these for me, going over the staircase method. But all of these clips are 60 seconds, covering various different topics. Some of them are me doing call-outs. Some of them are covering, different levels, what's possible, and then seeing them work out. All kinds of different things. So definitely worth checking out. As you can see, I give a shit about getting good educational content that isn't completely repeatable. Take the time to slowly finish the content, and the Keys channel covers a ton of topics from back in the day to now. And this is probably one of our oldest educational channels just because I've had this since the beginning of time. But there's tons of awesome PDFs in here on trades, on day trade, swing trades, on just market sectors, different ideas, and all kinds of just helpful information really on different things. So definitely worth checking out. And then last but not least, we have the Trading Lessons channel, Trading Reviews channel, and the Trading Results channel that we actively use each day, and they're all helpful to see how other members use our strategies with just price action and their own efforts. Take advantage of your tools. Don't ignore the needed efforts to grow. So definitely take your time to go through that checklist. There's a lot to cover, but as you can see, over time, you can pretty much take anything. And yeah, sorry for the big rant, everybody. I just wanted to get through that checklist, because that is a lot of information, and I feel like a lot of people overlook it because they just don't look around enough, and that's totally fine. I heard you mention the staircase vids earlier, but missed the link. Are those on your page? It's a section in the workshop number 11 video that I talk about, but I'll relink these for you. If you're in chat, you have access to the links, but no, they're not like public videos. They're just clips. Here's the first part. Here's the second part. But if you've seen workshop number 11, go to like 30 or 40 minutes into the video and you should find me talking about it. But I have an entire breakdown on it. But those are just a couple clips of it. Oh, mouthful. Sorry, guys. I had to get that out, but I wanted to cover that because I'm not joking, guys. I give more of a shit about study time than I do actually trading, and so should you, because the market's not going anywhere. You have all the time in the world to trade. What you don't have all the time in the world for is to sit there and study and to actually cover these things before taking those trades. Because too many times do I see people jump straight into trading instead of taking the time to review what they should be looking for to trade. I ask somebody, what's an emerging candle? What's an 80% entry? What's a retest? They can't tell me. And that's a huge red flag. Don't be one of those people that has a huge red flag when they're jumping into their trades. Have confidence. Give yourself a chance. Preparation and the plan is everything when it comes to taking a trade. If you don't have that intuitiveness to all right, what do I do next? Then you're screwed. You're already kind of giving yourself a really bad start. But yeah, sorry for that long rant, guys. I just wanted to get through that. I appreciate y'all sticking there with me on that. And like Leland said, how many of y'all are taking notes right now, giving you step-by-step process of what you should go through, taking your trading to the next level? It's that slow process of going through all that information slowly over time, not just looking at it, not just reading it, saying, yeah, I did it, but actually going along with it on your own chart and understanding what's being said, what's being posted. So I know it's a pain in the ass to look at things and to review, but trust me, it's well worth. And it's for your better. You know, it's not to screw you or to throw you into a weird routine of doing things. It's to put you in a good routine of actual proven success. Give yourself a chance. Exactly. Sharpen your axe before cutting that tree. I like how you said that. Oh, there was a copyright part of that stream. I was wondering why the music just stopped. I gotta check on my baby. Why is she going up still? Oh my gosh, it hit $6 a share today.
Good old Redfin.
My baby's taking care of me.
Apple's slowly crawling back around.
SPY's bouncing off 400s. I mean, that's not a bad spot to get a little bounce at. And even if this doesn't read into a big one leg up, we might have a little bit of consolidation into a better leg up, and then we'll end up barely above today's open or something like that. I could totally see that happening. When B says slowly over time, he's talking months and years. Preach, DX Mac. I am meaning that. Months and years. Too many times I see people get into this, and within the same week, they're already giving up and quitting. It's like, dude, you didn't even care to try. If you're only able to try something for a short period of time, you didn't actually care about doing it in the first place. You might think you did, but you didn't. Win Lambo, where Moon? Go back and look, Andy, but no, nothing's changed. Should just be the same info. I might have cleaned it up a little bit, but it should be the same exact info. But again, don't just do the course. I have all that other information. If the course isn't enough for you, or you've gone through it a few times, definitely go check out the rest of my little checklist that I just went through. Just join the Discord. Can't wait to go through all the educational content material, or educational material. Thank you. No problem, E. And I hope you enjoy it, man. Take your time. Like I said, that's content I've worked on since years ago all the way to now, you know, so there's a pretty big amount of information in there. I've tried my best to continue coming out with more stuff just to kind of keep revamping it or updating it to give people kind of a easier aesthetic view of it, so that when they take it, it's not so much of a struggle or so much of a hassle. It's more of just like, I want to do this. I want people to want to complete my content when they get to it. I don't want you to just do it because you think that'll make you succeed. I want you to do it because it feels good to go through the content. And a lot of the content does feel really good because it's all really good info. It's very easy to read. It's easy to understand. It just takes time of getting it down into a process, into a routine. Trading is an ongoing process, so many self-nuisances to adjust to time and time. Learning TA is one thing, but after that, mastering the psychology and self-discipline is a whole different story. Exactly. And that's why I say it's really easy to get into trading, but it's the hardest part is maintaining. You know, anybody can press a damn button. Anybody can get lucky and win a couple trades, but who can actually do this with reasoning repetitively over time? And not just that, but to maintain over time, you know, not just continuously taking trades, but to be able to just keep going, you know, with motivation, because it's not just wake up, make money. It really is to kind of get yourself in gear. But yeah, maintaining, definitely the hardest part. Anybody who's been in here has definitely heard me say that. And that's the kind of message we like to push on to you guys, because I don't want you to think this is easy. I don't want you to think it's something that's going to take no amount of time. It's not easy, and it is going to take a good amount of time. So don't just jump straight into taking trades. If you're someone who's doing that, you're already in the wrong step. You're already taking the step in the wrong direction. Do not jump into real trades when you are starting out. You might think, oh, trying is the best way to learn. No, it is not. Over time, you'll get to that point. Apple has talked to Indian officials about moving some iPad manufacturing to India. And there you go, guys. That was something I talked about heavily last week. Talked about the possibility of seeing Apple finally moving out of China. Not entirely, but a majority of their production to be moved out of China into a less crazy area like India, somewhere where we're completely allied with. Whereas China, we're really only allies because of the amount of trading we have between each other. And honestly, we're just heavily invested into one another. They own a lot of real estate here. We own a lot of real estate there. You could say it is a way, but definitely not the way. Exactly, Chris. That's exactly what I'm trying to get at. I don't want people to think this is the only single direct route you can take to succeed. Now, this might be similar to other routes, you know, with the maintaining portion of it. But overall, you're correct, because this isn't the only single source of growing. There's a million ways to succeed in trading. And that's the awesome thing about the stock market. You can have a million different mindsets trading one thing and you know, half of them being wrong, half of them being right. It's pretty cool how you can approach the chart differently than somebody and still succeed. And that's why I like the stock market. But that's why it's important in that exact same way. That's why it's important to find a single route to take to stay on, a single path to stay on. But how are the streams, guys? Seriously, how many streams have you guys been in, and are you enjoying them? Is there anything we can add? Is there nothing we can add? This is just as good as it gets. This is kind of the way I want to do things, though. I like how we do everything in here right now. I'll probably definitely add more quizzes into the you know, middle to end of streams more often than not. So that'll definitely be another interactive piece we can add in. But overall, how many streams have you guys been in, and are you enjoying them? Definitely had an overwhelming amount of support over the past couple weeks, really. So I'm very happy to continue doing these streams, and I'm very happy we made the decision to continue doing these public as a group. Therefore, all of us can keep working together, regardless of you being in my Discord or not. I don't care. I'm just really happy to have you guys in the stream. Now, SPY leaking again. No new low yet, but still testing it now. Wait, Daffy, you've only missed 2 streams? I've literally done like 87. So you're saying you've made it to 85 streams out of the 87? It's like 87 or 88. Dear Lord. Well, good on you, Daffy. Fairly certain Keanu is in love with you. Well, at least your method in training. And yeah, man, and that's just the amount of support I get from Keanu because he's been around me for so long. He's one of those people that, you know, doesn't just use my system and use my routine. He uses it to his own advantage. You know, he doesn't have to sit here and listen to me talk about it the whole time. He definitely will, but he doesn't have to because he knows what he's doing now. But yeah, Keanu's been around me for 2, 3, 4 years. I can't even remember anymore. But I knew him when he was just a guppy. Yummy, 60% trim on SPY on that 40160 retest. Round of applause for Leland. Good stuff, man. 5K with 30% win without increasing. 330K a year is crazy. Since you've been public, so 8 days. Well, good stuff, Sonny. Diesel catching every public stream so far. Very happy to hear that. I made the stream playlist public, by the way. All of the streams aren't public, but all of the past 80 plus streams are public in that private playlist. So if you go to the playlist, it's called live streams or something like that, or a new playlist for streams link. I don't remember what it's called, but you should be able to go back and listen to all of them there as well. But good on you, Sonny. Missed one so far. A great stream so far. Got in from KT as well. Awesome. Very happy to hear that, E. Only a week. I like the pace, the community, the learning, the vibes, the method. Good stuff, man. I'm very happy to have you in here, and I'm really glad to hear you enjoy it. That's really the feedback I like to look for. Regardless of it being good or bad feedback, I like to get the feedback. He lives by it, man. I love it, and he is so supportive of you in your training. Facts. Which, Keanu, funny story, Chris. Very funny story. Keanu is the first person to ever branch off from me and my group and not be toxic. You have no clue how many people have worked under me or done work with me, you know, and then taken a piece away from me, you know, gone away and tried to take people or try to take my methods and claim it as their own. He's the first person to actually kind of go in his own direction and still support me. So I'm very supportive of Keanu as well. Love this channel. Watch every Monday and Tuesday because I work the rest of the week. Oh, damn. Well, I'll definitely be here every Monday and Tuesday for you, Carrie. But thank you for tuning in when you do have time. I appreciate that. I've been in many groups and watched many streams. Hands down the best till date. Thank you, Sonny. I appreciate that a lot. That really does mean a lot to me. I've had a lot of people tell me I'm really good at streaming. It just took a lot of time for me to believe in myself and actually show up. But I'm definitely glad to be here now that we're here doing it. Not sure how many streams I've been in, but I definitely love being here. We get to learn a lot and grow together. It's really great. Awesome, Yoel. And yeah, you've been very interactive, man. I appreciate you being here. I'm pretty good with names. And a lot of you guys talking right now, I've definitely recognized you before, or most of you at least. Yoel, you're definitely one of them. We all know Mel. I've said Mel's name probably 2,000 times over the past 6 streams. But yeah, we're getting some fight against the 400.60 area still. No test to 400 flat. Looking a little top heavy here, like it wants to crack that support, but no movement yet underneath that level. Looking forward to the classes. Awesome job, Mark. First time watching, found you from Keanu. Loving it. Glad to have you, Cam. Love the stream. Been listening every day during work since it's slow right now. And in the process of taking the BB course as well. Awesome, Jason. Take your time and definitely hit me up if you ever need anything or want to just kind of recover something. Sometimes people hit me up and it's not even with a question. It's just to hear me reiterate something, and that's totally fine. Feel free to hit me up. The price of admission is showing up. You have to stay with it, eager to learn, the desire to succeed. Don't be discouraged. Learn from your mistakes. Continually improve your skill set with practice. Be patient. It will come and you will succeed. Preach, Sand Dollar. Preach. My hands are in the air right now. You are so correct. You are beyond correct. Yo, speaking of beyond... Okay, never mind. I was hoping this was up so we could start shorting it again, but it's still basing, so I have to wait for this to go back up again. The days I missed was when I had my interview and orientation at Lowe's. LOL, I still remember. You even remember what are the 2 out of the 87 streams you missed? Do you even know why? Sand dollar index fund. Beyond may very well be at its end in 2023 due to the cost. Oh, no, it is. 100%. I agree with that. 100%. I think in a healthy market and healthy economy, that's an idea that can thrive, moderately. Nothing crazy, nothing minimal, but still decent. I think Beyond is one of those ideas that does good during a good economy, but during now when people are too focused on the core of everything, I don't think people care about the trimmings of companies like Beyond. I do think it's a great idea for some people, but overall, yeah, not that profitable of an idea. Especially because their products also cost a lot more. The whole point is that you're not eating real meat. The whole point is that you're eating healthier, but you're also spending more money on a product that's not needed per se. Sand dollar index fund though, I'm gonna have to come work for you. Love you too, Daffy. Have a great day, man. All right, guys, let's do one more rundown of the market, what we think about, and then I think I'm going to end stream there. It looks like SPY's trying to leak again under the 400.60s. The level underneath is 400, and then you have 399 to look out for. Let's go back to the bigger time frame, though. And first, we'll cover the dollar. So the dollar, like I said, guys, on the smaller time frames, it was wanting to break this demand. We did get a break of it, and now we're getting a retest inside of it. So we need to see a rejection of about 105.50, 106s, and then if we get a rejection of that and they break a new low, this will bring a new low, and this will be very good for bulls on SPY. So that's why we're looking at that, and vice versa. If it does continue higher, that will be bad for SPY. So that's why we're getting a slight pull. It's not the only reason we're getting a slight pullback, but it's another factor to add into there. But a couple things we have to look out for is, one, this is not the important week. Next week is. Yes, there's pieces of news coming out this week, but it's never going to be as important as what's coming out next week, right? So the fact that we're in a catalyst-driven market, a news-driven market, means we have to wait for that news to come out next week. So that's why we're probably going to get a range trade week. Now it's about figuring out what is that range. Well, we have 411.75 right here, and this is the level that's needed to break for us to move higher. So 411.75 is kind of the start of our range. And the bottom of our range is still about that 388 to 390 area where we kind of held, pushed higher from. So we have two areas of support where price could head down towards and then still keep us inside of this pretty large range now. It used to only be a $10 range, and it was a 12, now it's a 14. So we're getting pretty big in this range now. But it's pretty much 50-50, because you could technically argue and say, well, we've already priced in that next meeting. We've gone up, we've priced it in. We should probably fall after that meeting. So it's kind of like buy the rumor, sell the news perspective for bears, but it's also vice versa, because if we haven't priced in enough of this move, then we are going to move higher to 420 possibly if that rate hike comes out, and we're not doing as bad. But again, since we had that unemployment number come out a little bit wider than expected, that is going to mess with a lot of the moves. The FOMC meeting, Mark. The big meeting that's going to possibly call out the rate hike. And then we also have the meeting after that meeting, at the end of it, where you'll have Powell come out, and he'll probably speak about a couple things and elaborate further on any questions you need to ask. But it's the Fed meeting is what I'm talking about. Because we do have awesome pieces of news coming out this week, but it's just not as important as next week. So it kind of leads me to believe that we're just going to range trade. And then that's, like I said, it's about finding that range. And we really could dip the rest of this week all the way to 390s, 388, 390 flat, and still be in a range where bulls could still take this back up. So I think what we're witnessing is just us trying to find our grounding before the news comes out, if that makes sense. And that's what I'm trying to put across. So that's my ideas for bigger time frame on dollar, bigger time frame on SPY, both bear and bull, what we can possibly look for. So be very careful with that moving forward. And then on the smaller time frames, We did lose the 403.50, which in my opinion was a very, very, very important level because it was important before Friday. This was a very big pivot point, and then even on Friday, it became my break above. This is what we used to hold and then go long on a lot of things. Since then, we've rejected it after returning back into this range, and now we're back at 400 flat. So now kind of the rest of the day, you have to look out for either a base build that can take us back towards that 403.50 that we fell from, or you're going to see them make a new low today and possibly push down to 399, where the low of day might actually sit. So a bunch of different things for us to look out for. But hopefully the information that I'm providing in these streams and a lot of the pre-market prep, hopefully this is helping a lot of you. I really hope today's information helped out everybody. If you guys ever have any questions or you have any other kind of notes to add on to anything I've said or covered, feel free to DM me on Discord, Twitter, Instagram. I don't really care where, but find me, hit me up. I'm always happy to hit you. Socials are up at the top of the screen. But I am going to end stream here. I appreciate the amount of hard work today. Today we scalped Tesla puts to the downside. We swung SPY puts from last week from the trade floor of my chat, which is a free chat to read, by the way. You don't have to pay to be on the trade floor. And then we took the SPY puts, and we took the Tesla puts, and then we took the why is it slipping my mind? I'd just like to say thank you both. No problem, Sonny. Very glad to have you in here. The info you provide in your assistance is to keep us all sharp and on top of it. Exactly, man. So I'm very happy to have you. But today we took a bunch of plays. Boeing, thank you, Nav. I don't know why I was having such a brain fart right there. I think it's because I'm covering it. And I'm over here staring at my watch list like, where is it? It's like right here where I'm covering it. But yeah, we did take BA longs. We took Tesla shorts and then SPY swing from last week. So 3 out of 3 today. We had a couple other ideas work out that were pretty decent. Devin had XOM and a couple others pay out very well. But I'm going to go ahead and end the stream there, guys. I really do appreciate everybody being here. I appreciate you guys interacting, engaging. Thank you guys for using this as a place to be and just kind of post your ideas and thoughts on different moves. I appreciate each and every one of you. But I'll see you guys later on. Have a great rest of your day.